everyone, and welcome to our grassroots audience. It is Tuesday, May 24th, about 10:45, and we are going to have a discussion about the mud and flood season update. And so, welcome all of you guys. Just introduce yourselves as you go forward.
Thank you. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director for the county, here with Tom Grady, the Emergency Management Coordinator, and Pat Bingham, who's the Public Information Officer for our Mud and Flood Incident Command Team.
Okay.
What we'd like to do today is just have a dialogue about what we've done, what we're preparing for, and a little bit about the forecast for flooding in the Roaring Fork Valley, and specifically Pitkin County. So just to kick that off, as we look outside, the runoff really hasn't started yet. And the forecast is that high water will not be that first week in June, but it'll be possibly the second week and possibly later, depending on what temperatures do. And that really is the message that we want to convey at this point is the flooding situation is weather dependent. And it could come out very smoothly if we have cool nights matched with warm days. Everything may go as planned, but the potential's there for some flooding incidents. And the further we push high water into June, the closer it gets to the monsoon season, which further complicates our drainage in the Roaring Fork Valley. So, given light of that, we have taken some steps in preparation for the season's runoff. From a public works standpoint, we've placed sand at 2 locations in Basalt and in Redstone. We cooperated with the town of Basalt to place sand at the Pandan Fork Mobile Home Park and the Roaring Fork Mobile Home Park in Pitkin County. And then we also placed sand in Redstone at Elk Park. And we placed about 500 to 600 sandbags at each of those locations as well. So the public in those critical locations can access the sandbags in the sand and use it how they wish. Beyond that, I think the big effort of late has been through Pat with public information. So if Pat could tell the board a little bit about that.
We've kicked off our public information campaign. The IMT, the Incident Management Team, meets weekly, and I've been to one meeting so far, last Friday, or the week before, a week from Friday, and since then have just kicked into gear all the things that you've seen us do in the past to try to raise awareness about the situation. We've got our banner up over Main Street this week. It's basically telling people to read, watch, listen, and call we have an information hotline, and it is a preparedness hotline. It's not something that we're going to update daily with, river levels and things like that. It's more to help people who need to learn about what to do to prepare for flooding, and it's been up and running now for a week. It's in English and Spanish. The number's 429-1800, and we bring that's been used in past years. We also have banners up in Basalt in English and Spanish, also referring people to that information hotline. So they've got theirs up on the town hall in Basalt. And I went to the State of the River meeting when was that? Last Friday? Thursday or Friday? Wednesday, thank you. Time's just flying by. And I gave a little presentation about public outreach, but learned a lot in that meeting about what the anticipated, reservoir releases and fillings are going to be. And the meeting was so interesting, and they actually were filming it, that I got a copy of it, and it's been running on CGTV Channel 11, the channel that you're watching right now. So we've got that up and running for anyone who really wants to go into depth about how Twin Lakes and Root Eye and all those folks deal with spring runoff. We have a How to Sandbag video running that Brian and I produced about 3 years ago. That is, it isn't Disney, but it tells you how to fill and place a sandbag.
And the techniques haven't changed that much in 3 or 4 years either.
It's not bad. Yeah, I learned a lot about sandbagging. Swiftwater rescue, we also did a video a couple of summers ago about swiftwater rescue with Jerry Peets from the Basalt Fire Department, and it's all about how to behave when you're around swift water, if you should fall into swift water. We're talking to people who boat and fishermen and people who are hiking in the backcountry. We show lots of different things, behaviors to do. So that's a good one. We've got that running on CGTV. And anything that I have had digitized is also running on the Granicus streaming that people can go to online from our website. That's picton.com, aspenpicton.com. I've been fielding probably about a handful of phone calls a day this week so far of concerned residents who are asking about sandbagging and wanting to know a little more about preparedness. So I've been just basically telling them what Brian has said. We've got sandbags and sand available down valley, but people up valley should go ahead and access the resources for sandbags and sand that we have. I have a whole list of places that provide them. Right now we're working on a website, and it's not quite ready. I just have a draft of the look of it here. We're still working out the kinks, but this will be live probably by the end of the week. I'm going to take it to today's IMT meeting and figure out what we're missing. But basically it has links to FEMA. They've got all kinds of great information about preparing for floods. We've got links to where you can buy sandbags and sand, what to do at home if your water should come into your basement, things like, turn the electrical boxes off and things like that, things that people need to know. So we'll have this website up and running, and it will be on our website, and we'll highly publicize that. Everything that we do will push people to this web page. A one-stop shop for all things flooding. Do you have a question, Jack?
No. My brain was getting tickled, so I apologize.
Oh, okay. As I say, I'm fielding phone calls, and people are starting to think about it. We know that snowpack is 200% of average. At least that's what they said at the river meeting, and so there's still a lot of snow in the mountains, and it is, as Brian said, unpredictable how it's going to come down. So.
Great.
We put together the incident management team for mud flood about a month ago, so we've been meeting regularly, and it's a unified command between BOCC and the Sheriff's Office with some participation out of Snowmass. So it's a kind of a unified effort. And it's meeting, we're trying to deal with the dynamic changes, as everyone is saying. And like right now every day we're doing river watches, patrol with reports, but we've suspended those for the next probably 5 days because the rivers are actually down, due to the weather. So we're just meeting all the time and trying to live with the dynamic situation. As Brian said, it's going to be a late runoff, and one of the components we never factored in, when we're talking about the snowpack, whether it's 185 or 200%, we don't count the additional snowmaking that ski company has done, and we've seen some of those effects take place recently with some high saturation, little mudslides, and that kind of thing. So primarily that's it. The only real changes is a few people have called and they're looking for mitigation, and apparently in the past there was some informal discussion about flood mitigation projects, that were long-term. And so at this point my only response is, well, when we're in the incident, this is not the time to do flood mitigation. We're in a response reaction mode. And why I handed out those invitations, why it is important is, one, they are a formal invitation to the pre-disaster mitigation planning, but I'm also telling the people that are inquiring about mitigation projects is that June 23rd, when this project kicks off, that's when it'll be a time for all government agencies, all the civilian components, business associations, special districts, and private individuals can participate in this process, and we can perhaps move forward by discussing whatever these, risk assessments we come up with and mitigation strategies, which will include flood mitigation, and then that'll qualify us for federal monies if we want to do a major project. And I guess the primary focus, the one place I get the most inquiries is Pan and Fork. How can they're in a floodplain and they're hit annually regardless of what our snowpack is. And so how do we, solve their problem? And this is one of the ways to address it is through this. So one, it's to give you the thumbnail sketch of what's coming up, but it's also the formal invitation that's going out to approximately 200 addressees for participation to help with mitigation.
Thank you very much. Joe, would you like to add anything?
I think these guys have covered it all. Rachel, I don't think we need to keep going.
Okay. Board questions or comments? Jack?
So a question as to authority. We have a wildfire, the sheriff takes charge. How about floods? Is that the sheriff also? Is that Public Works?
It comes under probably the major umbrella of the designated emergency response agency. To the best of my knowledge, when it comes to the rivers, there's so many participants in it, from DOW to Army Corps of Engineers to Bureau of Reclamation. You name it, everybody's got a hand in it. There's no single resource that claims jurisdiction to the rivers.
Yeah, but how about the response? I mean, I can see what you're saying, but there's, at the end of the day, is it the incident command team that's actually going to manage
Yes.
the response? I guess that would be a better way to articulate.
Yes, and our primary goals and objectives are for that, and I do believe it comes under the designated emergency response. Mutual aid agreements that we have with the board and the whole county. And I think that the goals and objectives are life safety, and then if we have to go into what's called a flood fight, it's really, our primary goal will be to protect the infrastructure, which is roads and bridges, so that we can maintain life safety, evacuation, and emergency response. So that's the primary goals and objectives of the incident management team in an emergency scenario.
Jack, if I could add to that, I think part of your question might have been, unlike wildfire, I don't have a statutory responsibility.
Well, that was the lead question.
Wildfire, I do. But I think the team of three here, with the larger incident management team, are the people that should be dealing with any kind of river flooding or any kind of issues, mudslides that may come up. This is the group that I'm kind of giving them a delegation of authority, if you will, to do the stuff that they're doing.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments?
I'll make one
Yeah,
more.
please.
I thought it was great to see in the paper where there was some practicing, there was some practice for river rescue, actually it just amounts to rescuing and how to handle that, consistent with what you were talking about, Pat. You know, I think at least the 3 fire districts, Upper Valley, were involved in that, so right on, nothing like practice in a tough situation in cold water.
Every year,
Big
the
challenge.
Swiftwater Rescue guys train, and all the people that could possibly be involved in any kind of swiftwater situation are trained for that. And having filmed that Swiftwater Rescue video a couple of years ago, I mean, these guys are like Navy SEALs. I mean, they come out with wetsuits, and they are tough, and they know what to do. I mean, I couldn't believe what I learned about water, crossing swift water, swimming in swift water, all of those kinds of things. We're very fortunate to have that team ready to rock and roll if needed.
Yeah, I have a couple questions and items, but will we potentially need to use the reverse 911 system, and has that been tested lately or anything like that?
I don't know that it's been tested, but that's what we would use with Pitkin Alert and PSA is the standard if there is an emergency. But it's a good idea to see if we can do a test on it.
Yeah. And how would people who are not yet on the Pitkin Alert text message system get on that?
Well, it's www.pitkinalert.org. Anyone can sign up. It's free, and you would get a text message to your phone and also an email to your website. Can't emphasize enough how important that is right now for not just flood season, but any kind of alert. Those of us that have been members of it, you can choose the things that you want to receive, so you don't get inundated with all kinds of information. If you're interested in Highway 82 only and things that go on there, then you just check a box. But anything that is big, like a flood or a fire, will come across and go to everyone. It's a great thing to have, highly recommended, and all the publicity that we're doing will encourage people to sign up for Pitkin Alert.
I was kind of thinking that, because you're doing a lot of great stuff, and I want to offer our boards thank you and congratulations on being ahead of this curve and doing what we can to help the public. protect the public safety, but also help the public protect themselves. And so it had struck me that perhaps, Pat, if you want to put together a short, relatively short letter to the editor with some of that key information about how to get those text alerts and some of the other items. I was just in Washington State for a Western region meeting of county commissioners, and we had a small presentation by FEMA. I didn't realize our former Colorado Congresswoman Betsy Markey is now the government liaison, the local government liaison with FEMA. And they were answering a lot of bigger questions about ports of call and airport security and so on. But there was some discussion about flooding. And, you know, the small points that stuck with me is, one is you have to get your flood insurance at least 30 days before you've had a flood. So we tend to think that it's only people next to rivers. But it can be if you're on something that's been a dry wash for years, maybe this is the year, maybe there's a microburst, torrential rains, and your backyard, your basement ends up getting flooded. And so people should stop and think, do I have flood insurance? Is there a possibility I could use flood insurance? Get the flood insurance. You know, and their big campaign FEMA is launching is who depends on you? Because we tend to think of ourselves as fairly self-secure, self-dependent, independent, but you know, perhaps you have young ones, perhaps you have seniors, perhaps things like that. And so, you know, some of the basics that we forget because our societal needs seem to be so well taken care of, but keep a full tank of gas during these time periods. Make sure you have a full prescription of your medication, that you don't have to rush to the store at the wrong time because you only had 2 days left. Do you have enough food? Do you have enough, if it's baby formula, do you have enough baby formula in case your road was blocked or in case you can't get there in 2 or 3 days? So it's about being prepared yourself, you know, the clean water supplies and flashlights, things like that we all think about. But, you know, do you have enough, again, of your medicine? And are you going to make it okay if you can't get into the doctors? They're saying never cross a flooded road, because even if it only looks like a short pool, it's the understructure of the road that may be gone. There might be no road there at all, and you think you're just driving through 12, 14 inches of water, but the substructure of the road has been washed away. And so never cross a flooded road. And, you know, we've seen the tragedy, I think, more than often, sadly more than often enough here, where never follow a dog into the water. Dogs are better swimmers than most of us are. And keep your dogs on a leash. Don't even have that danger that during these times when what seems like and we think of as a nice creek and a nice hike, that the speed and the velocity of that water right now can just be deadly. And so everyone should think twice about what may have been, quote, a normal activity before. And again, I'm sure the more that we can avoid tragedy and putting our own rescue crews and our rescue volunteers in harm's way by thinking ahead of the curve is really helpful. So those are some small things I've heard. Now, is there a particular radio channel that you guys would use, or all radio channels if there are incidents?
I think all. I think we would emphasize all local radio stations that are the ones that we know are the most listened to by our local community. We have a feel for that. One's sitting right in front of me right now. KHJX. But we also have, you know, the standard. If there is a flood incident where we are going to the media to let people know quickly, we will contact all local media, and you'll be darn sure it'll not only be the local media that's interested in that, but it will be the state media, because they showed up last year when we had a 48-hour moment of worry. So there will be no problem getting the word out in the media if we need to. We've had great cooperation.
And if the public sees, again, as we had almost 10 days ago, a little mudslide up at Lanedo, they see a mudslide, they see a condition, should they call directly to 911?
Absolutely. That's the best thing.
Okay.
Especially if there's any life-threatening where it's going to really impede emergency traffic.
I saw a little flood incident yesterday walking up Red Mountain Hill. There was water just pouring down the pavement, and it was coming out of a ditch. A ditch was clogged, the drainage thing was clogged, and there was just water pouring out, and in about 5 minutes, it was starting to pool in someone's driveway below, so I called the dispatch and said, hey, we got a water situation. And then the further we walked up Red Mountain Road, there was a young man doing like this in someone's pond that was filling up. And I said, what you're doing wouldn't have anything to do with what's going on down there, would it? And he went, oh. And he went, whoop.
Oh,
He was stop the water just like that. So
interesting.
I had already called dispatch, but it was just what somebody was doing here affected somebody below. So, you know, landscapers, yard people need to keep that in mind. Irrigators.
Ditch companies, individuals have an obligation to keep their ditches flowing smoothly and not over water.
And keep the sticks out so that they can drain properly, because that was the problem, I think.
Okay. Any other board comments or questions, Jack?
Clarification, Brian shared with us earlier that we've mobilized in Redstone and Basalt, and there's sand and bags there. But in the memo, it says also here, additionally, information will be provided countywide where property owners can purchase sand and sandbags to protect their private property from flooding. How will that information be shared?
Well, this web page that I'm working on will have a link to every place that we know of locally that you can buy sandbags and sand. And the flood hotline, the preparedness hotline, 429-1800, also has information on it. We've got, we're going to print the website, we're going to turn it into a flyer, and we're going to produce it in Spanish so that we can hand them out door to door down Valley and in places that in the Latino community. So yeah, we've got information, and when people have been calling me, I email them a list of places and the phone numbers and the websites, and because we've been through this drill before, so we have that information right at our fingertips.
So what's the difference between having mobilized at the two mobile home parks and in Redstone, where it sounded like that was there, available and for free, versus private property owners, other private property owners would have to access? I mean, a guy that lives 3 miles from Redstone can't go and just fill up his sand bag, right? Is that, let's clarify.
Right, and those 3 areas were targeted, I guess, the 3 dump sites were targeted for sand because of history. Because we have history there with flooding events, and every year there seems to be something that happens in those areas regardless of snowpack.
John?
Yeah, if I could just note for a moment, one, in going through the discussions around preparation, I'm happy to say I do believe we're well positioned for a response to any event that occurs, and we're being proactive and reaching out to the community. One thing I will want to bring back to the board that I've become aware of being part of these discussions is if there is an event, we have the organizational structure, we have the people. What we haven't established is a location to manage an event or an emergency from, so an emergency operations center, and that's something that has been brought into sharp relief to me as we've been having these discussions, and something that I think would finalize our preparations for mud and flood and fire season and what have you. So I want to put on your radar screen that I've become aware of that, and that's something that we're working on, and we'll be coming back to you guys hopefully with a solution on soon.
To interject on that, I think that's what's going to be addressed in our pre-disaster mitigation plan, because that'll be part of our organizational structure that'll support any incident management.
Very good. Yeah, and just a last note is the public out there, you are our eyes and ears, and you're going to see things more frequently than us. Don't feel hesitant about, should I call 911? Call, let us know, and protect yourselves that way. I remember really clearly, I was with the city, but when the Rio Grande Trail washed out right behind the recycling center, and you woke up one morning and there was probably about 20 feet of trail gone. It had to be realigned. The bank had washed away. And so, you have to be the eyes and ears. You can't just take a late stroll in the dark and assume that everything's okay in this time of year. We live in the mountains. We don't have this tsunamis, but we do have mud and flood season. So take care of yourselves and take care of your neighbors. We appreciate it. Thank you all for your work on this, and hopefully we'll have a nice, safe season.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You
Okay.
keeping that? I knew you would.
Here, I got like 20 of them upstairs.
had a summer.
Yes. Very green spring. That was one of the nicest parts of the trip, was actually seeing leaves on trees.
We're doing a PowerPoint of it.
Okay, we're doing a PowerPoint, so we'll take a 5-minute break while we set that up.
Is that all right with everyone? What I'd like to do is show the PowerPoint because statistically, that way the community can understand what's going on within the state, and then show the trends, and then open it up for questions.
Let me just
Okay.
relocate you. Set up. Welcome back. It is Tuesday, May 24th, about 11:15, and we have our county clerk and reporter, Jazz Boss-Caudill, to talk to us about the November 2011 elections, mail-in ballot versus polling place choices for the board. Please, Jess, take it away.
Take it away, thank you.
Okay,
presented to you in the paperwork is information on trends within the state of Colorado. I'd like to review that with you, and also within Pickens County, and then open it up for questions, whatever questions you have. In December 1st, I was asked to present to the Colorado Commissioners Conference a presentation on reflections on elections, and I put the presentation together along with 2 other clerks representing large, medium, and small counties. The reason why I want to present this to you is so the community understands across the state what the trends are in voter turnouts, voting methods, permanent mail-in voting requests, and the expenses that we're looking at between a mail ballot versus a polling place. Now, I also wanted to review with you how complex elections have become over the last 5 years. And I'm going to go through this very quickly because we only have an hour. But I wanted to let you know, and I reviewed this at the conference last December, is that from 1998 to 2009, the amount of legislation presented that affects the clerk's office has increased dramatically. Specifically in elections, we're looking at maybe 6 bills that impact the clerk's office compared to 1819 now. Actually, this weekend I counted how many bills affected the clerk's office this last session, over 80. 30 of the 80 were passed. So that's the type of activity that we're looking at within the clerk's office and the impact that has on unfunded mandates, et cetera. If you remember, in 2006, Help America Vote Act was implemented. Pickens County purchased ADA compliant equipment. I secured a grant for $71,000. We spent about a little over $90,000 on the touchscreens. The new statewide voter registration was supposed to be implemented by 2006. It was implemented in 2008. I just want to mention I was on the state steering committee for the implementation for that. And staff is required now to be certified, so we do go to training. It takes 2 years for the training to become certified, so there's that expense. Additional compliance includes logic and accuracy tests, post-election audits, equipment certification, security processes, permit mail-in ballot, drop-off drop-off sites for mail-in ballot, and the MOVE Act. I want to touch base on the MOVE Act because that was passed as a federal mandate in 2009. How that affects the state of Colorado is that we implement primary elections in August. And the MOVE Act requires us to send out UOCAVA ballots 45 days before the election, which is virtually impossible because by the time we design our ballots, send them to the printer, we don't have them back in time to send them.
Janice, what's a
UOCAVA ballot? Thank you for asking. UOCAVA means Uniform Military and Overseas Voters. So we're sending to the military and individuals that live overseas outside of the United States ballots. It's required that we send them 45 days. The reason why I'm bringing this up is this past legislation, Senate Bill 189 was passed. It's on the governor's desk for signature, and it moves our primary election from August to the last Tuesday of June. So if the governor signs this, we will be implementing a primary election next year on the last Tuesday of June. One other thing in the bill I want to mention also is caucus. Precinct caucuses are usually held the 3rd Tuesday in March. That's moved up to the 1st Tuesday of March. Now keep in mind, we have redistricting this year as well. Okay? And I'll bring that up in a second. Other things that have complicated over the last 5 years of cost have increased. Colorado is one of very few states that offer polling place, early voting, and mail-in ballot elections, in addition to provisional ballots. We have had the major unfunded mandates that we've experienced in Colorado are precinct reporting, in addition to post-election audit races, which have increased dramatically this last year. We're required to audit every race on the ballot. That's actually tripled our time. Costs have tripled since 2005. Equipment, we do not outsource designing our ballots, etc. We do it all in-house. It saves us money, but we design our own ballot, we upload, download, etc. Dwight does all that himself. Our costs have risen for software licenses, maintenance, its replacement costs, etc. Some of the other challenges we face are with media and information, misinformation. a clause here. I appreciate working with the reporters in town. They do a really good job in working with us and getting accurate information out. But other things happen that we have no control of that cause us additional time constraints, etc. And I also want to mention that this year is the redistricting and re-precincting. Dwight is working on a work session for you, which is scheduled for June 21st to review the specifics with you. And that should be implemented by the end of the year. Dwight will be working on that in January. And again, he has a very small window and a lot of complex work to accomplish within no time at all. I included the slide that I didn't have in the December presentation, but I find it very interesting that 11 counties, the large counties, which are 50,000 voters or more, 11 counties, they are responsible for 83% of the registered voters within the state of Colorado. We have 33 small counties of 10,000 or less. They are responsible for 4% of the registered voters in the state of Colorado. And the difference, the other 20 counties are responsible for approximately 13%, which Pickens County falls into a medium-sized county. Okay, I find that very interesting. I'm going to share with you briefly 2008 voter methods. Small, medium, and large counties, it's broken out by mail-in ballot, early voting, and precinct or voting centers. You notice the difference, and I'll show you the next slide in 2010. You'll see a difference in early voting. Right here we see trends of 15, 19, 15%. And the mail-in voters are 64, 58, and 66%. On the next slide in 2010, early voting has decreased significantly between small, medium, and large counties, down to 9%, 6%. Small counties, mail-in has decreased, and polling places increased, but medium and large counties have increased. So if you do a comparison, if we look at a comparison between 2008 and 2010, we see that mail-in ballot has increased from 64% in 2008 to 71% in 2010. Early voting has decreased from 15 to 7%. And polling places pretty much remain the same. Okay, so this shows you the trends within the state of Colorado. Now I want to switch gears and I want to talk a little bit about permanent mail-in votes. Permanent mail-in voters are individuals that ask county clerks within the state of Colorado to send a mail ballot to an address for every election the county implements, and that includes primary elections and November elections, which are coordinated or general. Right. Broken out by small county, low is 23% and high is 73% of the county registered voters request a permanent mail-in ballot. And remember, small counties represent 4% of Colorado registered voters. In medium counties, the low is 25%, which is Pickens County, and the high is 78%. Again, medium counties represent 13% of the registered voters. And large counties, the low is 53%, and the high is 82%. Again, large counties represent 83% of Colorado's registered voters. Okay. Now, the last thing I want to review with you is mail ballot costs versus polling place costs. Before I move on, I want to just let you know that the statistics from permanent mail-in vote that I just showed you are from the end of November 2010. I worked with the Secretary of State's office, and that was the week that we gleaned the information from the state voter registration system the week before I gave the presentation on December 1st. The information on the mail-in ballots savings that I'm showing you right now is gathered after the 2008 presidential election. Right. Clerks were asked across the state to take the cost of the 2008 presidential election, take the facts, the data, and recalculate what it would actually cost you if you had implemented a mail-in ballot for that election. So what we have on the screen right now are small counties who calculated and what their costs would be. Lowest, it would cost 13% more, and highest 74% savings. The average is 37%. The savings for small counties would be $325,000 or $326,000. The two counties that show a loss are Gilpin and Lake County. Keep in mind that they have one polling place or one vote center when they do polling place centers, when they do their elections. That's why. Median counties, the low is 9%, the high is 55%, the average is 40%. For median counties, they would save $715,000.
Janice, why doesn't Pickens show up in the medians?
Pickens right here in medians. We'd save 35%.
Oh, on that side, okay.
For mail-in ballot.
What is Hart versus Diebold? That's the type of machine.
It's just the type of machine
Yeah, I
used.
thought so. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then moving on, the last slide I have for mail-in ballot savings. These are large counties. There's 11 large counties. The low is 36% savings, the high is 78% savings, the average is 56%. For large counties, the savings would be $7,128,000. So last year, Carol Murray, who was the Douglas County Clerk and Recorder 5 and 6 years ago, presented a bill this last year, and she pulled it to the General Assembly. And we estimated between $8 to $12 million savings if we implemented across the state mail ballot elections. Okay. From the study I just showed you, it's closer to $8 million. Okay. Any questions on what I just presented?
Well, the one question I've asked and I continue to have concerns with is the enfranchisement element of mail-in ballots, particularly with transient populations or rental populations. And I understand to the discretion of each clerk and recorder as to how much outreach they would like to do based on the budget that they receive probably from the BOCCs for voter registration drives or voter awareness that you need to change and update your information. Do those cost savings account for the fact that there may be more spent in outreach? I know some counties do nothing at all, and other counties are a little more proactive.
When I calculated my savings, I used the same funding, the same line item for advertising that I used for the presidential. And in the presidential, I used all the sources I could find. Web, news media, paper, television, radio, billboards, etc. Now, I can't tell you particularly what the others did. The bill that was proposed, includes service centers. Mm-hmm. So individuals who did not receive a mail ballot could go to the service center. The service centers would be open, if I recall correctly, perhaps a week before. So people can go to the service center and address why they didn't receive the ballot, or if they marked the ballot incorrectly, they receive a replacement, a follow-up accordingly. So the bill that was proposed basically was it mailed ballots out, and then it provided service centers for individuals.
Yeah, it seems that part of the hang-up on the bill that was proposed this year, and I'm sure we'll see one again next year, probably more cleaned up and more vetted, was the issue of same-day voter registration or closer registration date to the election, so that people didn't find 29 days out, oops, it's too late, versus going within 2 weeks. And naturally people are afraid and concerned about first one-day voter registration, but it would seem that if we're going to move the state, one of the bills was to make all elections, including presidential years, all mail-in ballot. And that does start to be concerning, because it's the state as a whole that chooses your senators and your presidential electoral college votes and things like that. So while we like to focus on Pickens County, at some level we're as interested in at some level in that all of Colorado votes in the bigger elections as well. And so do you have a sense or a feeling about?
That discussion was on the table. It was not included in the bill, the mail
Yeah.
ballot bill, but that also was a discussion. That seems, those two discussions go hand in hand.
Yeah, it just seems that I personally would love to see a shorter voter registration period if we're going to be moving towards all mail-in ballots all the time. I mean, this legislation that got defeated was to require counties to always do mail-in ballots at all elections, whether it's a general or an off year.
Right. And I wanted to bring these facts up because to make the community aware of what the trends are throughout the state, so they see and understand why there's energy.
Yeah, with $8 million in savings, it's a pretty good
When
incentive.
we look at it only with Picken County, it's a much different picture than what you see across the state. And this explains where the energy is.
Rob?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding some of the numbers correctly. The study that was done here in terms of savings across Colorado was done retrospectively looking at the 2008 election period, which was a presidential election period and a very powerful presidential election period with record turnouts across the state. Is there any data in terms of what the savings would be in a off non-presidential year? Because that's really kind of what we're talking about when we're kind of comparing apples and oranges here a little bit when you say, well, this is what the counties across the state would save in the most, largest voting election ever versus, what we would save in a election, 2009, 3,700 people voted in Picken County versus 2008, 10,000 people voted in Picken County.
A good point there, but we did do one we did not do a study after the 2010 election.
Michael? I mean, we'll come back. I think the conversation will continue to broaden that point.
Yeah, along with what Rachel said, I think really one of the problems is that although you can look at savings, if nobody voted, you'd save a lot of money. So it's not particularly a good, at least from my point of view, from a participatory democracy, it doesn't really get to the question of will you get people to vote? And I think that's what I'm interested in. I understand the savings here, but they don't really address in any fundamental way the principles of a democracy. So that's going to what Rachel said. What are the best practices for to encourage voting? And so it's interesting, but I'm not finding it particularly useful. I want Picken County to save money. The budget's great, but I also want as many people as possible to vote. That's my main concern. And the methods to get that to happen are important to me.
Well, the trends indicate, in speaking with other clerks, actually I called and talked to the surrounding clerks in the area who have been implementing elections over the last 10 years during odd years. And the discussions are, do you think mail ballot provides a higher turnout? And they feel that it does. If you discuss it with most clerks across the state, they'll tell you it does. Let me share with you right now. I'm showing this instead of the overhead because it comes out better. So forgive us for the above information. But this is in Word.
And you've given us this handout as well?
Right, and I just gave you that handout.
Right.
There's a correction, and I want to let the public know that as well. But it's interesting to know that voter turnout has increased. Oh, what's going on here? Has increased over the past years. It's difficult in coordinated elections to compare because coordinated elections, the information is not static. It is so different based on how many districts are involved, what the issues are, etc. But it's interesting to know if you look at the blue, which are the general elections, the even year elections. If I look at presidential turnout, not up there is 2000, but actually the turnout in 2000 is 77%. And
Hit close.
yeah.
down there, yeah, I think it's get you there.
77%? No, doesn't work. And if you look at 2004, it goes up to 86%. In 2008, it's 90%. If we look at general elections during gubernatorial, it's 61, 63, and 73. The turnouts are increasing over the years. Your guess is as good as mine. Why? Okay. Now we talked about throughout the state what the trends are as far as methods of voting. People mail ballot, early voting, or polling place. And in the pink, I show Picken County's methods of voting. In 2006, 18% mail ballot, 24%. We have a high turnout in early voting because we're a destination. Most people work in Aspen, they walk over and early vote, unlike the rest of the state. And then polling place. But in 2007, we had a coordinated election that was just only the city of Aspen and then the Roaring Fork School District, which is down valley. So you had 5,000 registered voters in the city and maybe 2,000 down valley. So that was a small turnout of 900 people. The presidential, again, it goes back to what you said earlier, Rob. We actually encouraged people to early vote or mail ballot because the ballot was so long. We increased the time to vote from 10 to 15 minutes. So you have fewer people going to the polls to avoid the lines. And then in 2010, this last election, it's 32% mail ballot, 24.
Yeah, and Robert will be next. And I seem to remember that in 2010, we worked with you to encourage keeping the office open later on a few days, those last few days before the Thursday, Friday, before early voting ended, because the length of time in the ballot, and just to make sure people had that available to them.
That was during the presidential 08. Actually,
that was
came
08,
back from the
okay.
Secretary of State's
Yeah,
office
sorry.
across the state. We all worked to keep the office open longer for early voting.
Rob?
Can you just clarify what it means, percentage of active voters versus registered voters?
Good question. Active voters are people who are actively voting. Inactive voters are people that maybe didn't vote in this last election, or they haven't submitted an update to activate their file. So if we look at, I looked last Friday, what is the count for active voters in Picken County as of last Friday? It's 7,000, almost 8,000. Versus if you look at a presidential, that pops up to over 10,000 because people are actively voting.
So when we look at, say, 2010, and you say 73% of active voters voted, that's out of 10,000, when we actually have 17,000 residents of Picken County, and how many registered voters?
If I go into the system, I went into the system last Friday and I looked at how many inactive and active registered voters do we have. It's about 13,000. So you've got almost
13,000 total.
Yeah.
About.
So one might infer that a mail ballot would potentially get more of those inactive voters to vote. We're bringing the election to them, to their house, to their mailbox, versus having them show up at a...
Right, but we mail, in a mail ballot election, we mail to active registered voters. But we
you don't
send-
mail to non-active
But we
voters?
send a card, an information card, and we'll do that probably, I would like to do that in August. We will send an information card, a VIC card, it's called, a voter information card, to all inactive, failed to vote.
So this is an
In
important
August.
note for the public. It's not just important to be a registered voter. It's important to be an active
Active
registered voter,
Right.
because with a mail-in ballot, you have to take an extra step to cast a vote.
Now,
You'll receive a card for
and
that.
I was going to ask on that question as well. Is it state statute that you do not mail to inactive voters? Or if we chose to mail to
It is
inactive?
state statute that I mail to active registered voters. Now, 2 years ago, it was state statute that I mailed to inactive and active registered voters, but it's state statute that I mail to active registered voters, and I will be sending out a voter information card to inactive, failed to vote, registered voters in August.
And is the information on the inactive voter card prescriptive? Is it?
It's based on It's through the Secretary of State.
Okay, so it's already prescribed, so you can't tailor it to your community and have a return card attached, so return if you would like to move to active status or something like that?
You know what, the door's open for me to call them and ask to see what adjustments I want to make, and then work with them, and see what we can do.
You know, because sometimes, you know, I'm an active voter, but you get a card like that in the mail, and I don't know that you really think, especially if it's August and it's not for 2.5 more months before the election comes up, oh, I need to take some action now to move my status up or whatever. And then if you are inactive, you can activate it any time up until the election, or is that the 30-day deadline, 30-day out?
30 days out is a registered voter.
Okay, but an inactive can activate at any time up until election day?
What will activate it is change in address.
I mean, or they could come
They
in?
can come in and ask us to send a mail ballot. Sure.
Okay. Rob?
I guess kind of going along the lines of what Michael said, which I agree with wholeheartedly, is the ultimate goal is getting participants to be part of the election process. I'd like to see what the difference is of sending out the cost difference of sending out an actual ballot to inactive voters, as you said, which was state statute 2 years ago. I'm assuming the state statute doesn't prohibit us from going above and beyond what the state statute requires, meaning we could send out a ballot to the non-active voters as opposed to sending them a card, which has a cost to it itself anyway.
You know, statute defines for me to send out
Only?
a card.
Okay.
The statute defines for me to send out to active registered voters.
So we are prohibited by state statute to sending out a ballot to inactive voters.
I can always make a call and discuss it with them.
Yeah, I think that they'd be concerned that they would be getting to people's addresses that no longer exist, and then someone else is sending it in for them, unless they've bothered to activate themselves. But your inactive voter cards, if they are undeliverable, they are returned to you.
Undeliverable and returned to me.
And so from that, you can subtract the undeliverables from the inactive voters who remain and have some idea, well, these people at least got their card, or they were deliverable mail, and maybe we could look to some sort of additional outreach to them, because we do have a transient community where a lot of people just really aren't here anymore. Not only are they inactive, they're just gone too. How long does someone stay on the list inactive before they're purged entirely as a voter?
After a general election, we go back and see if they have voted in the previous 2 general elections. They're not necessarily, they're then marked canceled and filed under a cancel status.
Okay.
And that is conducted now because of the central statewide registration system through the Secretary of State's office.
Jack, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, well, there's no question that I would also agree with getting as much participation as possible. But there are several other elements that really concern me. One, the tradition of going to the ballot. I think it's almost like and it's not maybe legal right, but it's a democratic right, the process to go to the polls and do that whole thing. And that's certainly a lot of tradition. And I absolutely support that option. That's what I really support is options. You can sign up for a mail ballot, you can go to the polls, you can early vote, and that's just the way it is. And I know there's challenges in every element of our organization, whether it's the clerk's office or Health and Human Services, and trying to provide services. But we're, required to provide access, etc. I really am very concerned about the idea of sending ballots, and I hope it is prohibited to send to inactive voters. I'm concerned about fraud. I think there is that possibility. You just never know with undelivered, etc. P.O. boxes, can you send? You can't send to a, you can.
I can mail, you know, the style of the ballot's based on residence, but we can mail the ballot to wherever an individual
Whatever
is.
your address is, yeah, good. So, you know, there's a difference there, and it's just a real concern. Dollars, obviously, in this and in any economy are important, but dollars don't drive my decision. It's options and access. I personally believe Hillary made you know, as the manager, she can network with you and make a recommendation, whatever, but her assumption was incorrect. I would have put the $28,000 in the ballot. That's, you know, leave us the final decision legally, but also give us the option under the structure of the budget to already have had that in there. And had I been asked, well, you know, that's where I would have been. Ultimately, we know what the law is, and we know the BOCC will make this decision. But I cannot support mail only. I want the option. I know it's tougher, and we have to work harder, and we have to get volunteers, and we have to go through all that. But it goes back to what I think is almost that, because it's not a legal right maybe, but that unspoken access to going to the polls. That, you know, again, I don't know what to call it. It's not legal, but it's a matter of tradition, and I'm going to continue to support that while I'm on this board and when I'm a citizen after I leave this board.
Now, we did without unanimity, those words for me, support a mail-in budget in the off year of 09.
If you look at what I brought up what's the cost of our elections, and I wanted to make a couple points. As you'll notice in 2006 how the costs have jumped. That's when the Help America Vote Act was implemented, required for implementation. We had additional equipment, additional programming, etc. In 2007, there was only the city of Aspen and Roaring Fork on the ballot. In 2008, precinct reporting was implemented. That skyrocketed. For example, Dwight costed out that, I just want to give you some comparisons here. Dwight cost out that this election would cost us $6,000 in ballots, printing, and envelopes. In 2008, I went back and I looked at the same costs, and in comparison, well, let's go back to 2006 where precinct reporting wasn't. That cost was $7,600. In 2007, it was only the city of Aspen. It cost us $2,400 for ballots, printing, and envelopes. In 2008, it cost us $26,500. In 2009, $18,500. And this last year cost us $11,200. So it gives you an idea of some of these unfunded mandates that we're experiencing. In 2009, Rachel, you mentioned that, yes, we did do a mail ballot election, and that cost us $78,000 compared to the previous year. 2010 was $156,000. I'm budgeted this year so far for $45,000 to implement an election.
Jack, you have your hand up again?
Yeah, a clarification. And I mentioned the $28,000. Of course, that's in the memo. That's just the Pickens County share, right?
That's Pickens County, but we're basing it on, you know, information isn't static. We're guessing based on what districts are going to be involved, how many questions, Tabor notice issues, what the turnout might be based on how popular the question is going to be, et cetera. So we're guessing at this point. But we know that the bottom line cost for us to implement an election is going to cost us what Dwight's presented.
Yeah, but so then to clarify, the $28,000 is just Pickens County organization. Other entities, jurisdictions, whether they're special district or municipalities, would also add on to that total, for example, to get up to, even though it was a mail ballot in 79, in 09, it went to almost 79,000, that's all of
Right.
the
That's all of
costs
the expense.
associated.
Correct.
Okay. And one last clarification, I'll get from other board comments, but if it is an all mail-in ballot, do you still set up polling places in this back room? Or no, there's no ballot booth at all anywhere? You just bring in your ballot and drop it off at the clerk? But there's no back room early voting type of
I love that.
ballot?
There will be no back room early voting. There will be, our office will be the drop-off site. So if somebody receives their ballot and they want to just drop it off in our office, they're more than welcome to do so. A lot of people will do that rather than drop it in the mail. Stop by and drop it off.
Okay. And you have proposed in this that the clerk's office would be the only election day drop-off site. Have you thought about additional drop-off sites? I mean, it's just that it's a big county, and if someone didn't get it in the mail in time, they would, could we have a down valley location as well for drop-off and collection? Have you costed that out at all?
We could look into that and cost that out. We'd have to man.
Yeah, you'd have to man it and everything like that. And one question I've asked, I don't know if you've tracked it or anyone has, but what's the number of mail that comes in late? How much mail comes in Wednesday, the day after the election?
You know what, you had me calculate that for the 2008, and we did that. I didn't do that for the 2010, but I can always go back and look at that, ask Tammy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one curious factor I've always had, is how many people, whether it's the post office and they actually mailed it in time, or they did not mail it in time, and then their vote didn't count, and they did make an effort to try to vote. Rob?
I just want to follow up for some information for me on what Jack said in terms of the percentage cost breakout for the county versus other districts and the federal's input. Because when I read this the first time in our packet, I said $150,000 in 2010 is what it cost Pickens County to run that election, but not all of that is our budget, which was a little unclear in that handout. So what percentage of these numbers is Pickens County responsible for, and what percentage comes from federal, state, municipalities, special districts?
It's calculated by registered voters in that district. Okay, so you're looking at state, it's the entire county. You're looking at Pickens, it's the entire county. When you start looking at districts, then it narrows down to, like you have Starwood. It's a small amount of registered voters in that district. So it's based on the registered voters in that district, and it's calculated. Then what we do is we calculate by what are the questions, how much volume did they use on the ballot. It's calculated by what are our additional labor, what are the supplies, materials. Okay, we also calculate TABOR. We have to calculate TABOR, advertise it, etc. So it's based on, we have a calculation, a formula based on how many registered voters do you have in that district. Okay, and then how much space did you take on the ballot. Okay, and we start calculating out a percentage basis.
So it changes on every election. So let me rephrase that question. In 2010, you have listed here Pickens County election cost of $156,000. What was the Pickens County's portion of that?
Pickens County, okay, this is all.
What was our budget?
If I can add right, okay, Pickens County's portion of that was approximately $112,000.
So
And the other was
almost 80% or something like that.
charged out.
So I guess, and that now goes to the back page of our packet where you estimated that a normal election like we've been doing would cost $75,000. And you say we've only budgeted, what did you say for this year? 42. But of that $75,000, how much of that is going to be out of the Pickens County budget?
Right. So if we look at,
Well, it would all depend on how many districts tell
put.
Janice they
Yeah,
want to be on the
so-
ballot, and we don't know that yet.
It's hard to know.
if I based it on 2009, and it cost us $78,000 to implement that, Picken County's cost was $79,000. I'm sorry, $58,000.
Thank you.
But again,
Yeah.
it's
So, Board, to bring this back around, and we could have additional meetings with additional questions as they occur to us, but there is a timeline. If it is going to be a mail-in ballot, both the preparation and the notice to the printers and other timelines that Janice has to do notice by, we have a resolution in our packet for tomorrow's meeting to support a mail-in ballot, which we did primarily for the timelines, which we can pull or not pass if that's the direction we're going to go. This is an off-year election. We have the potential of a healthy human service fund question, although that's far from decided. The library has a potential for its question, although that is also far from decided. And any individual districts we don't know anything about yet, real intent.
called the districts that have expressed an interest in the election, and we've listed that in the notes. City of Aspen, Roaring Fork School District, Carbondale Rural Fire, Crown Mountain, and Redstone. And we called each one of them and asked them, do they have any issues with us conducting a mail ballot? And none of them had a problem with it.
Okay. And so our decision today, separate from future legislation that may require all mail ballots all the time, and which we may take a vigorous position on if they come up, our question today is about Picken County's election November 2011. And so we're just here for a sense of the board. The 2009 election did seem to have good turnout, a high percentage of turnout for an off-year election, and was a relatively lower cost. I don't know if anybody wants to weigh in first.
I have another small question.
Yeah, please.
Just the timeline in terms of having this done for this year. I mean, we're have this work session time today, and we've got a resolution on our regular meeting tomorrow to put this into effect or to not put this into effect. I'm kind of the feeling that I'd like to have more discussion as a board. We're almost up with our designated time for today.
Yeah.
Are we in danger if we push this back?
My vendors
A little
are calling
bit,
me
or-
for orders.
Okay.
I've been putting them off for a week. So,
Well, we don't have a super heavy agenda tomorrow. We could move that item, which is first reading and then it requires a second reading. We could move it more to the end of the agenda and engage in a broader discussion and then decide if we want to pass it or not pass it tomorrow as well. And then, we'd still be, again, on the timelines and have that chance to sleep on it tonight and think if there's any additional questions and ask it from there. If that's the pleasure of the board, or if anybody has strong feelings on it already now. Oh, well, we heard you, Jack. You'd like to allocate the additional revenue and to hold a polling place ballot this November.
Yeah, I don't find 09 being that significant. If I read this right, we only had 35% of the people vote mail ballot. What could be more convenient?
Yeah.
So,
I don't even remember what
plus my other
questions we had.
statements.
in 2009, we had Picken County, City of Aspen, the school district, Crown Mountain, Aspen Local Marketing District, remember that? And Redstone were on in 2009.
Michael, do you have any sense, or would you all prefer to discuss it tomorrow?
I'd rather discuss it tomorrow. I mean, I'm going to think about it.
Okay, that sounds good. That work for you, John?
Yeah, is there additional information that maybe would be helpful, turnout numbers or anything that may be helpful for that discussion that we could prepare? Or
Yeah, this is great.
Very
More than
good.
I needed, but
Maybe bring a copy of that 09 ballot in, if you could get one of those, so we can see what it was that we did a mail ballot with before.
Rachel, I might ask a quick question. For example, what might be coming before the voters for 2011, there are several potential items like Redstone Water and Sand, 1 or 2 ballot issues. If there are 2 ballot issues, does the jurisdiction costs go up versus 1? Yeah, okay. So there's a lot of uncertainty, obviously, we know, before us.
Okay, so we will be just continuing this discussion until tomorrow, and everyone have a chance to think about it. And please, if anyone does think of anything additional information, I'd say email John and Janice together, and they'll do everything they can to prepare for that conversation. But are you coming to us with a recommendation as part of this? I know it's a discussion with us and it's budgetary, but
Yeah, my recommendation in the paperwork that was submitted for tomorrow would be to go to the mail ballot. And it's based on the economic climate that, it's, most all counties within the state of Colorado have been implementing mail ballot elections in odd years for whatever. We know that the turnout, the voter turnout is higher with the mail ballot. And we're very thinly staffed, so we'll do whatever you tell us to do. We're happy to do that. But
Rachel, I might add, and per John's question, might consider, we have your percentages of active voters. Also, I would like to get an understanding of a percentage of those who voted who are registered. Because my understanding is when we do, say, the next day after an election, 63% of the registered voters voted. What are we hearing, the registered voters or the active voters voted?
so kind of current inactive and active registration numbers
you want to know?
tomorrow. And then
Because that's the voter
how do the
pool.
usual percentages get calculated?
I always thought it was the registered voters, and I could be incorrect. It could have, we've always heard active.
It could be inactive.
We work with active. And keep in mind that changes constantly because we have statewide voter registration and there's always a push and pull. For example, if you look, permanent mail-in ballot, if you looked at my statistic during the election, the beginning of November, it was 21%. At the end of November, it was 25 because you have push and pull. I took that statistic last Friday and it was up to 28. So there's always, people move and new people register. There's always push and pull. People change their mind. So.
Okay.
Janice, just real quickly for our audience, is pickinvotes.org up right now, and can people activate their registration? Where do they go?
No, Pick and Votes is unfortunately not up right now. It's under construction. Dwight's working on that. And if they go to aspenpitkin.com, the joint website that we have with the city county, and they go to the county clerk's portion, section of it under elections, and if you want to go into the statewide system and change your registration record or research something into the statewide system, that's set up.
And by changing something, you've become an active voter.
Exactly.
So go online, register if you're not registered. If you're registered, go make sure that you're an active voter.
Yep.
Update your information.
Okay, and you'll perhaps also come back to our discussion with a little bit of information about what your outreach and registration efforts are, what they've been in the past. Yeah, both costs and what they actually are. All right, grassroots, we're going to
There was one
break
other
for lunch.
question, just
Okay.
we might be thinking. You asked whether we wanted to spend a little extra money in additional cards or something. There was the $2,000, so...
Active versus inactive.
Yeah, we ought to be thinking about that, too.
All right, thank you, grassroots. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock as the Board of Health. Welcome, everyone. It is a little after 1 o'clock on Tuesday, May 24th. We need a motion of our board to convene as the Board of Health.
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We are now the Board of Health. Miraculous transformation. Welcome to our guests for being here today, for all your work throughout the quarters when we're not meeting. And we'll let you just take it away, Liz.
All right, very good.
Just introduce yourselves for the Grassroots TV.
I'm Liz Stark, Director of Community Health Services. We're the Pitkin County Public Health Agency. And I will try to just summarize some of the items in my memo and be sure to leave enough time for my colleagues to give their reports as well. I'll start, and then what I thought I'd do at the end of mine is have you ask questions about my memo or anything that comes up in my discussion. First, I'm going to tell you about a program that we offer at Community Health Services called the Women's Wellness Connection, WWC as we call it. This is a program that's funded through the state of Colorado's Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and it's a program that offers completely free breast and cervical cancer screenings for eligible women between the ages of 40 and 64. Community Health Services has nurse practitioners that we contract with that actually perform the breast exams, the pap smears, pelvic exams, that part of that clinical part of the cancer screening. And then Aspen Valley Hospital, of course, provides the more diagnostic things like mammograms, breast ultrasounds, certain kinds of biopsies. So we have an agreement with Aspen Valley Hospital to provide those services for this population of women. Through recent state budget cuts, we've learned that our contract for WWC will...
One second. Are you coming to the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, well then just go on around to the side here. You came in the back door. Cut us all off guard. Okay.
Hi, Armand. Be careful there, that cord.
So we've learned that our contract for the fiscal year starting 2011-12 will be cut in half based on the numbers that they currently have given us. And we have been serving in the last 2 years, we've served between 55 and 60 women in this program. It doesn't sound like a lot, but we've actually doubled that number in the last 2 years. And 3-4 years ago, we were only serving about 30 women a year. So we've doubled the number of women in that program. We think that's a direct result of the current economic times with women losing insurance benefits and that kind of thing. But we've also learned through WWC's data that we're only serving about 12% of the total number of eligible women in Pitkin County. So we're currently, even at 60 women, only serving, just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the number of women who are truly eligible for this program. So with the state budget cuts, it's going to really impact our ability to serve the number of women that we have been serving, much less really reach the other women who could be eligible. We have been doing some outreach in the last couple of years with private physicians and some community outreach just to let women know about the program. So it has grown. So one of our strategies to try to address it in the immediate future is to again partner with Aspen Valley Hospital and our local chapter of the Susan G. Komen Foundation. As you know, the Susan G. Komen Foundation gives grants also for breast screenings. And so what we're doing is working with them to sort of subsidize the Women's Wellness Connection dollars to allow us to do the screenings that we perform at Community Health Services, spend WWC dollars for those low-cost items, and then maybe use the Komen dollars at Aspen Valley Hospital for those larger dollar items related to mammograms and ultrasounds, to try to spread those WWC dollars a little further.
Okay. Liz, let me ask you, when you say the funding's cut in half, what is that kind of dollar
amount?
magnitude?
Okay, so in the current fiscal year that we're in, our spending cap was $16,000. And actually, we started out with $12,000 and we're granted a little bit extra. So for the next fiscal year, we've been told we have $6,500. They also
So that's
telling
more
us,
than half.
Yeah, it's actually, yeah, you're right, more than half of the original amount. But overall, more than half. And we're told that could change by the end of 2011. We just don't know. But we're all operating on the assumption that we'll have less dollars to target this population of women. So that's disappointing to us, because we really feel like this is a group of women in our community that really do fall through the cracks. So we're hoping for the best, that Komen can, we know that Komen's dollars are spread thin too these days, so just have to wait to see how that plays out.
Well, I would just request that you keep us, in the loop on that, even if it's in between our quarterly updates.
Okay.
I can't speak for the board. We'd have to weigh it with other cutbacks that we're trying to cover as well, and look to what our long-term funding opportunities are. But in the bigger picture of things, it's not that large an amount of money that perhaps we can make sure that we're at least able to continue as we have before.
Have we modified our screening procedure at all as far as frequency of mammograms,
Yes.
frequency of pap smears, when you have a certain number that are negative for IPV and all that stuff?
Yes. The American College of Gynecologists has been out with some guidelines for several years that really tell providers what interval those studies should be done based on science, that how often women should be having pap smears and mammograms, and so our providers are on board with those recommendations. So we are following them, and it's not every woman is not getting a pap smear these days based on the new data. So we are adhering to those guidelines.
Yeah.
And we've also very recently, in the last week, been informed that there have been some cuts at the federal level, which we all know the federal budget has been cut, and those directly will affect our Title X or family planning, women's health dollars, and also emergency preparedness funds. We don't yet know exactly how that's going to trickle down to us, but we're being told to prepare for some reductions in those grants. But with that, I want to just say that as a community nonprofit, Community Health Services is a recipient of the Healthy Community Fund. And so we thank Pitkin County for that support. It really has been, and hopefully will continue to be, one of our most stable funding source. And particularly with these, I think with the federal and state budget, with these cuts, finally we've been anticipating it for quite some time, and things are finally trickling down to directly affect our programs. Possibly, we truly appreciate the support of Pitkin County through that Healthy Community Fund, and we hope that that continues. So thank you. The other thing I want to mention is the Aspen to Parachute Dental Health Alliance, as you recall, is busy doing lots of oral health outreach and education. And one of the exciting events that's taking place in June, we have contracted with what is called the Senior Mobile Dental, which is a nonprofit out of Colorado Springs, to bring us a mobile unit to the Roaring Fork Valley to screen seniors, oral health in seniors. So they actually go into either nursing homes or senior centers, and we'll be doing screenings on seniors. So that will happen June 20th and 21st at our Pitkin County Senior Center. And then there'll be some other locations, Grace Nursing Home in Glenwood Springs and a Rifle Senior Center during that same week of June. So the Alliance is proud and excited to bring this to the Roaring Fork Valley, sort of a pilot, and we hope that we can continue a relationship with this Colorado Springs outfit to bring them back on a periodic basis.
And then in your memo you reference emergency referrals when needed. So this really is a screening and potential cleaning, but not deep work.
That's right.
And do we have doctors who are taking Medicare or Medicaid, dentists in the community?
No, not in the Upper Valley. We have Comfort Dental in Glenwood Springs, who does take Medicaid. I'm not sure about the I don't believe
Medicare
they take
does not
Medicare.
cover
Yeah, they don't
dental.
cover dental.
That's right,
am I
that's
thinking? So, but what we do have through our alliance, and multiple agencies in our community are used to doing this already, is we're calling individual dentists to see if they will work with a particular client who has a high need. So with Kelly Keefe, our regional oral health consultant, she's sort of added to that and sort of just been another resource for community agencies to call and say, do you know any dentists who'd be willing to help us out with this one client? That's really sort of the networking that's still going on until the Alliance gets a clinic up and running. So that's going to be the mechanism to address these senior needs, will be to find dentists that will help take care of them.
Okay. And what is the potential launch of the dental initiative in a more full way?
For the clinic?
Yeah.
We're in the midst of grant writing. We submitted our first large grant to the Colorado Health Foundation, and we hope to hear back from them in June. So our projection for actually opening a clinic will probably be in the next 7 to 8 months, we hope.
Thank you.
So that's very exciting, moving forward with that. And lastly, I want to just mention that Community Health Services Board of Directors and staff participated in the strategic planning back in February, and I just wanted to mention sort of the overall themes that came out of that. What we identified was that the programs that we currently provide, namely our Title X Women's Health Program, Adult, Child, and Travel Immunizations, Prenatal Program, and Communicable Disease Surveillance and Investigation, are really critical programs in our community, that we really do fill a niche here that's not filled by anybody else in terms of particularly targeting low-income and uninsured residents of our community for these preventative services. With that being said, we know that change is coming. We will be participating in performing a community health assessment around the beginning of 2012. So we know that different priorities may come to light as a result of that assessment. So we are open and flexible to responding to any new needs that are identified through that process. And we know, too, that healthcare reform is coming to the Roaring Fork Valley, and that the healthcare delivery system in our community will change. And so public health will be an active participant in the discussions locally, regionally, and at the state level to be sure that we are at the table and a part of whatever changes take place in our community. And really partnering with our other healthcare providers in the community to be sure that we continue to serve all of our local residents the best we can, particularly the low income and uninsured. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Questions, anyone? I had one thought when I was looking through the strategic planning, and understanding that in strategic planning you have to narrow down the goals and areas, and so I guess I'm kind of wondering at what level was it discussed, but an advocacy role at any level in terms of these cutbacks and the value of the programs, and how do we communicate when Jack and I go to Colorado Counties, Inc., and I'm participating with their Health and Human Service reform effort of Real Colorado, centered around child welfare protection, but also branching out into all other delivery methods for counties of human service obligations and other programs. And we're just, how well do we communicate with our federal legislators as well about what the on-the-ground impacts of the cuts that they're advancing are? And so, I mean, just, again, I hate to even think, with your real role and your primary function being with the patients and with people and getting the word out about the programs to our community members, and yet both the advocacy for the funding of the programs and even the potential of fundraising as being something that organizations such as yours are going to have to start looking at in order to really fulfill the function. So was there discussion of those items, or just...
I don't know that specifically. I will say, though, that I'm involved in an organization in Colorado, the Colorado Association of Local Public Health Officials, that's actively engaged in those kinds of discussions at the state level and how to communicate as a whole about advocating for public health programs. And so I participate on that, and I know that NAN and the human service agencies, we're all trying to figure out how to work together to address that. What did come up at our strategic planning was that we traditionally have not been a fundraising organization, and that may change with all the things that are coming down. So I don't know if that answers your question directly, but I feel like I personally am trying to be involved in that advocacy role for public health at the state level, particularly as a local public health agency. And there are, organizations within Colorado that we're participating in.
Okay, because I just, again, I sometimes feel less than empowered myself when I read about the cuts on the national level, and you try to send that message, but it just, the big message from the National Association of Counties is don't balance the federal budget on the back of the counties and just keep pushing costs down into areas, and we're seeing that more and more from the federal and the state governments, so it's going to be a challenge. Jack, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I would say don't balance the federal budget on the backs of the low income and the poor also.
Yeah.
You know, because obviously part of what we do is provide services to everyone, but you have to focus sometimes. There's a question relative to cuts, federal cuts, and anything apparently associated with Planned Parenthood. Does that affect your organization at all?
No, Planned
We do the
Parenthood
next
is
step.
separate than Title X, but I think that what's sort of been explained to me is at the federal level, there's confusion or assumptions that Title X is the same as Planned Parenthood, and it's not, because it's, it's about reproductive health, it's about birth control. These are really controversial issues, so they're sort of lumping it all together, sort of under that banner of Planned Parenthood, but we are not Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, well, no, I
Yeah.
know that, but the question was, does it affect your organization? So,
It
for the
does.
sake of myself, maybe anyone else, and certainly the public, what is Title X now? Why don't you explain that? Because there is kind of a misinformation linked to some of us, and I'll speak for myself there, too.
Well, Title X are federal monies, and I'm sorry, I don't know when the year, I think it was in the 70s, that these dollars were designated specifically for women's reproductive health that provided access for low-income women to birth control for planning your reproductive health. So there are strict guidelines in the Title X program that restrict us from saying anything about abortions. We're not allowed to make referrals or counsel women on that option. We talk about abstinence. We have multiple different methods of birth control, but Title X dollars are restricted in your ability to promote or refer for abortions. Whereas Planned Parenthood, as we know, that is a service that Planned Parenthood offers, in addition to all the other women's health services that we offer. Breast and cervical cancer screenings are offered by Planned Parenthood. All the different methods of birth control are offered. So Planned Parenthood is everything we do plus more. So, but as I said, I think federally the Title X dollars get sort of mixed in with Planned Parenthood because it's really all women's health. It's just all about women's health, and it sort of gets lumped together and discriminated against for that reason.
Yeah, it appears that some of our legislators don't know the difference, like maybe they're not clear like some of us. Pointing my finger at me, of course, only. But good, thanks for that
Does that help?
clarification.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other?
You guys want to do the radar first?
Anybody else?
Okay.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'll leave room. Okay. Morris Cohen, Public Health Officer. I included a couple of letters regarding this fluoride situation, fluoride being placed in the water. And the reason I did it is because just to show that opinions vary. There's a lot of vitriol associated with this. Lots of claims are made. So what I thought I would do is just take you through the history, what is fact, what is fantasy, and then hopefully you'll ask some questions, maybe even based on those articles, to know what's true and what's not, because I think it's really important. Anyway, in January of this year, HHS and the EPA came down and recommended that we reduce the amount of fluoride in our water to 0.7 parts per million. That means if you drink a liter of fluid a day, you get 0.7 milligrams of fluoride, just so people understand it, which is a small amount. Originally, back in the 1940s, then the Public Health Service noticed that there was a paucity of dentists in the southwest region of the country, and they wanted to do something about it. And when they got there, they realized that there was almost no tooth decay. And they realized that the fluoride level in the water naturally was very high. It was about 5 milligrams, or 5 parts per million, which is a lot. So that's how they learned about it. And then back in 1962, the EPA met with other groups, and they decided to place 0.7 to 1.2 milligrams or per day or per liter or that many parts per million in the water. And that's what we've had for the last 40 years. In about 4 or 5 years ago, the National Academy of Science started to look at this again and decided perhaps we had too much fluoride in the water. And so the HHS met with EPA and CDC. There had a lot of people involved in this, looked at all the literature, recent literature, and decided that we should reduce the amount of fluoride in the water. And the reason is, it was working, and we reduced tooth decay probably by 50%. But the side effect is fluorosis, which means that people can have discoloration of the teeth. And this there's a Dean's classification. You have very, very mild, where you just may have a little shadowing in the teeth, usually picked up by the dentist, as opposed to very severe, where you have brown, pitted teeth. 95% of the cases are very, very mild. About less than 1% are very, very severe. I've talked to 3 or 4 dentists in town to find out how often they see this. But the amount of fluorosis by classification is probably 20% of the population. This is a very, very mild. And then recently, over the last 20 years, we've noticed that the incidence of fluorosis has gone up somewhat by about 10%. So that's where this whole discussion came about. Hey, let's lower the dose to see if we can still treat and prevent tooth decay, but lessen the amount of fluorosis. I spoke to Jane McGinley, who's the chief researcher for the American Dental Association. Talked to her for about an hour, and evidently fluoride starts to work in preventing the tooth decay at about 0.7 parts per million and peaks at about 1.2. That's where the original numbers came from. But obviously, the more you give, the more fluorosis you get. Plus, in addition to the fluoride in the water, now most people are using fluoride impregnated toothpaste, which actually has a lot of fluoride in there. Every strip of toothpaste that you place on your toothbrush has about 0.7 milligrams. Now, it's not a problem for adults because we brush, we swish, and we expectorate. But it is a problem for little children because they haven't learned how to do that yet. So this is where all the claims of that fluoride could be a poison, and why do the tubes of toothpaste say, listen, don't use it in children until they're a year. Well, first of all, for the first 6 months they have fluoride from their mother, so that's not a problem. And then they'll start to use fluoride after 2 and 3 and 4 years, depending on how well they're able to swish and expectorate. If they can't do it, they won't use the fluoride. But the recommendation is that the first year, especially in a place like Aspen, we shouldn't be reconstituting formula with the fluoride because we have fluoride in the water. Once we get to the second year, you're allowed to do that, and then later on, depending on the child, you'll be able to use the supplements, which I think is important. Now, every municipality determines whether or not they want fluoride in the water. And I can tell you that we have 196 million Americans who are drinking water with fluoride in it, just so you know that that's what most people are doing. Aspen has had 0.7 to 1.2 parts per million of fluoride for a long while. Snowmass Village has had the same thing. Now, each municipality can decide whether or not to increase, decrease, or remove fluoride from the water. This debate is going on here in Aspen right now. I spoke to Snowmass Village. They've already gone to 0.7. Basalt has no fluoride in the water. They don't add it, and their levels, they have 2 water sources, as far as I can tell, are very, very, very low. I think they're 0.25, whereas Aspen has 0.3 to 0.5, which is still not enough to prevent tooth decay. So this is where this whole discussion came about. So if you were to look at a tube of toothpaste, and I bet you most people don't, and you would read it, you'd say, oh my God, this could be toxic if you ate the whole tube. Most people don't do that, and I think you would probably vomit before you could do that. But this is important. Anyway, there are also a lot of other claims were made about bone health, even claims about related to the Atomic Energy Commission. I mean, we've seen, IQ, etc. I spent a lot of time drilling into these studies. The IQ study was done in Inner Mongolia. There were 500 patients in 2 different villages. That's not a study as far as I'm concerned, okay? And most of these things are quoted from the Journal of Toxicology, and there are websites that are anti-fluoride, just like there are websites anti-immunization and pro-autism, this kind of thing. So you have to be very careful on how you look at it. I think it's really important. Now, what I did do is I spoke to Kelly Keefe because they also do the health fair, the dental health fair. They do that every year. They've been doing that for the last 11 years. And I have some numbers. Now, this is not a study, okay, and I don't even think it's a study. These are just numbers because I don't know about ethnic background, socioeconomics, diet, habits, etc. So I'm just going to give you the numbers because that's all we have in our valley. So they looked at a bunch of second graders, okay? 276 second graders were screened. In Aspen, there were 126 second graders, and out of that group, one was referred for dental care. One, for whatever that means. In Basalt, where we have no fluoride in the water added and very low natural, they looked at 150, and 18 were sent for dental care, 9 for urgent. Then in Rifle, which is not part of the study because they were looking at third and fourth graders, out of 48 students screened, 26 had to be referred for dental care. They don't have fluoride in the water there. The reason that we were careful about the young kids, because toxicity is based on milligrams per kilogram. 5 to 15 milligrams per kilogram is toxicity. So a 70-kilogram person, I'd need 350 to 1,000 to become acutely toxic, okay? So that's important. So we're careful until the kids get a little older, but by the time they reach 2 years old already, their daily dose is getting closer to the adult dose already. So that's why we're able to start later. So I think what I'm going to do is stop here, and hopefully you have a bunch of questions and I can answer them for you.
Well, when is the city having its next hearings, do you know? Or
I called Nick Island today. He was sick and out. I need to find out when, because either I will be there, but I've had a lot of dentists say, call us in, we'll give you the numbers. I've talked to them and I said, well, tell me, how often do you see fluorosis? Hardly ever. And tell me what else that you've noticed. Well, the comment was made to me this morning, as a matter of fact, by one of the dentists. I've been here for 30 years. What I'm proud of is that when my kids go to college, the children in the community, most of them go without any fillings at all. Now, it's not scientific, okay? It's anecdotal, but this is a powerful statement as far as I'm concerned.
Are there board comments or questions? Because I know the city is its own board of health as well.
Absolutely.
For its municipal concerns, and I actually had the pleasure of sitting in on a fluoride debate discussion probably a decade or more ago, and passions flare. Passions are very, very strong on this issue.
But I think people need to know the whole story, such as, fluoride and effect on bone. We've talked about that. Well, when the studies were done, these people were getting 4 to 5 milligram. These were the levels in the blood, and they were getting 20 and 30 milligram tablets to improve osteoporosis. That's a lot of fluoride. And when you look at studies carefully, and I had Dr. Warren, who's one of the big researchers from Iowa, send me a bunch of articles, which I've gone through, and they're cumbersome. But the point is, if you have normal fluoride levels, bone strength is actually better. When you have elevated fluoride levels, you get abnormal bone formed in the lateral parts of the femur, similar to the diphosphonates, which Fosamax and all those type of drugs, which have been in the literature. So it'll affect stress, and you can have increased fracture if you have high doses. But in all the studies, even with normal doses and high doses, the number of spine fractures were a lot less. So those are the facts about fluoride and bone. And then there was a kind of a red flag a while back, 20 some odd years ago, maybe that young men would have increased osteosarcomas of the femurs. That study was retracted. It was supposed to be a Harvard study. Never came out because there was no data. So when I spoke to some of the people, I asked about the ash in the bones of people who have had osteogenic sarcoma to see if there was more fluoride, and there isn't. So there really is no association. And it goes on and on and on. The drug is safe, and when we use it properly, it's safe. I mean, there are drugs that have a very poor ratio between therapeutic and toxic effect. A drug like Coumadin that we use all the time. That's why it's called rat poison. I mean, so you have to be careful how you use it and use it properly.
And so do you have a recommendation to us?
You don't get to make the decision.
No, I know.
But my recommendation is we should adhere to EPA and make sure our content is 0.7 parts per million, or 0.7 milligrams per liter. I think that's important. My only concern is, and only time will tell, maybe we won't have enough protection as far as dental decay. Although, with using fluoride toothpaste properly, we're getting more and more protection. Now, a lot of foods have fluoride, but it's very, very small amount, unless you get to the teas. Then you see a lot in tea. So if they're using water that's high in fluoride to reconstitute juices, etc., then you'll get more. But that is so hard to measure. I mean, that's why a lot of the studies were contradictory, because you really can't measure this kind of stuff. So right now, I say we're not going to do any harm. We're going to do some good. And hopefully, we'll continue to do good by recommending this for the water.
Thank you. Jeff?
Yeah, I think it's ironic, and though it was not scientific, to extrapolate a conclusion from what the example of acid and basalt, yes and no, but the concern is much more prevalent, the fear, let's call it. In reality, basalt, who doesn't have fluoride added, has way more numbers. Of course, it's a very small sample.
But it's really not a scientific study. They're just numbers. I want you to understand that. But I can tell you this also. What's been said is, we only protect these children until they're 8 years old and their teeth come through and they can't get fluorosis. That's not true. Two things happen when you take fluoride. If you drink it, okay, it's in the blood, it's in the saliva, and you have a low level of fluoride in your mouth. When you brush your teeth, it's a higher level, but it's gone after 2 hours. Because the fluoride forms a fluoride hydroxyapatite substance. And when you eat, you have carbohydrate, bacteria, affects that, causes acidosis, and dissolves the enamel. The fluoride puts it back. So it's a lifelong thing. It's good for all of us, including the seniors. Okay, it's not just for children. I wanted to make that point because I think it's important.
Yeah, and one, Rachel, you mentioned about Somas Village. Well, certainly the municipal government doesn't determine that. It's the Water and Sand District. I assume you talked to them?
I assume it's the water. I spoke to the people right at the water plant. I assume it's the water board that probably determines that.
Yeah.
But the government could say yes, do it, or no, don't do it. They can make a decision. Somebody has to make the decision, right?
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, they don't manage water
I
and
can
sand.
find that out, but they just went ahead and did it. They're down to 0.7 now. But remember, their baseline is 0.05 to 0.25. They don't really have very much fluoride in the water. I have a daughter who lives in Tennessee who's on well water. This is 0 fluoride. So my grandson was a year and a half, is on fluoride drops. He's only getting 0.7 a day. But, he needs to be on it because of that.
Michael?
Well, I was just going to point out that we have no control over.
I know you do.
None.
This is educational for you and for everybody out there.
But I just want to make sure that the public knows that we don't make decisions about fluoride content. And then
Correct.
Most of the people in rural county are like your daughter in Tennessee. They have a well.
So people need to check the content. And actually, they can make a phone call and probably know what it is, and then make a determination based on fluoride that is or is not present.
Little historic note, my grandfather, Martin Nittner, was the person that was instrumental in putting fluoride in toothpaste. He was the chief chemist for Colgate-Palmolive. So, a little note about my family history. So.
Take a look in those, too, your curly whites. Good job. All right, well, let's keep moving along. So we always have more interest than time, it seems, on these. But Tom, you want to give us your report?
Thanks. I agree with what you said. When I was the director of the City County Health Environmental Health, I'm Tom Dunlop, the Environmental Public Health Advocate for Pitkin County, and I was the director of the City County Health Department. We did that battle, and I was on the front lines of that battle with the city, talking about fluoride, and we always stood our position as a public health messenger. That's the political part of it is the political part, but we stood our ground as recommendations that way. I understand now that we need to be a little bit more specific about what we've written because this is being recorded or televised. Is that correct? So I'm not going to go word for word, but I've broken out my quarterly report to you on activities. The National Network of Public Health Institutes meeting was in New Orleans last week. And I was fortunate through perseverance to be able to have a breakout session that I spoke at on environmental public health tracking and how illness and diseases can be associated with environmental exposures. And we touched on that briefly in the last quarterly report. So I felt good. Unfortunate part, it was 8:30 on Wednesday morning, and that was the night before was the last night our group had in New Orleans. So attendance was a little bit spotty, but it was well received. It's going to be on the National Network of Public Health Institute's webpage in about a week, so you can look up my remarks on www.nnphi.org. Another important presentation was by a CDC representative on the community transformation grants. And this has it's been authorized under the new public health law of 2010, and it's going to be for local government agencies, tribes, territories, and national nonprofit-based organizations. And the idea is to have communities take control and be well educated enough to and look into ways to have communities bolster their health status themselves without getting government so deeply involved in it as we have been in the past. And it's going to be based on what's called evidence-based public health. But the funding is about $102 million, which isn't a lot when you're talking about the country, but it's not zero either. The idea was to try the two emphasis points for the transformation grants are to emphasize the value of health, for one thing, and then how to achieve health. Those are the two main messages out of this program. And the idea, again, is to have us as citizens and communities rediscover the value of health over some of the lesser important things that influence our lives every day, to refocus our thoughts on the value of health. And I know that's probably going to be difficult when you talk about the social marketing and connections and electronics and all the distractions that we have in our world every day, especially our young people, that they really don't have that focus that what they do every day affects how they're going to live the rest of their life. So I was encouraged to hear that. I don't know what the opportunity would be for Pitkin County to be an active player in that, but the idea certainly was to have it be at the local health department level. It's not, specifically as mentioned, it's not going to be limited to specific groups. My suspicion on the implementation of it could be that larger cities that are more resource-rich than we are, perhaps either in staffing or ability or programmatic changes or involvement, might have a little better opportunity to get some of this money, but we shouldn't not consider that we might not have even a collateral benefit from it. And then lastly, I was hoping to sit in on this session, but I was speaking in my session when this one was going on, but I brought back some information for you, and that's on the county health rankings that were performed by the University of Wisconsin that I mentioned a while ago as well. I printed this out for you, and this should be going for everybody here. This is, I just took this off the internet today. It's Pitkin County's rank in Colorado. We're considered the third healthiest county. Eagle County is second, Douglas County is first, as I mentioned in our report to you. The idea of the community rank of the county rankings, the key messages from the presenter were, and I'll read these to you. Change begins by bringing together community leaders to identify what steps need to be taken to build a healthier community. And secondly, and this is an important one, the rankings are not about a race to the top. They're a tool for advocating for improvement. In one of my former previous reports to you, when I first discovered the rankings about a year ago, the message I got from sitting in on the session in New Orleans a year ago was that some counties were comparing themselves to other counties. It became a competition. It was argumentative. It was county against county. And the university is trying, the message here in the Colorado rankings is being refined is that's really not the point, but rather it's to look internally and how to improve services from within. Again, for benefit of those not here, but for those listening, these are some of the categories that are ranked. Morbidity, which would be poor or fair health, poor physical health days, poor mental health days, low birth weight babies, adult smoking, adult obesity, excessive drinking, motor vehicle crash death rates, STDs or sexually transmitted diseases, teen birth rate, uninsured adults, primary care providers, preventable hospital stays, diabetic screening, mammography screening, some of the social and economic factors, those with high school graduation, some with college, those numbers unemployed, children who are in poverty, inadequate social support, single-parent households, homicide rate, and then under the physical environment, air pollution, particulate matter days, which we're pretty in tune with, access to healthy foods, and access to recreational facilities. So these are the categories that were identified as being weighed nationally. I still have a concern that the data didn't come directly from talking to these folks right here. It came from larger, much larger national surveillance systems, but it's still something I think that Pickens County can be quite proud of, is the standing in out of all the counties in the state. They only list 57 counties because there are some. If you go to look at the bottom of that thing I just handed out, it says County Health Rankings, oneword.org. You click on Colorado, then click on Pitkin, it'll give you all these numbers. There's 57 counties listed because some of the counties, like Mineral County, for example, didn't have a response. They didn't have data on that small of a population. And then lastly, let's see, excuse me, that was the third item on that. I'm still active in the Colorado Foundation for Public Health and Environment. Again, I mentioned this to you the last meeting, but it still is ongoing, that we are still, our foundation it's a nonprofit. We're mainly retired public health people, and we are doing educational and philanthropic distribution of funds for public health projects in Colorado. I'm still engaged with the National Environmental Health Association, and I'm teaching for the Food and Drug Administration, as I mentioned to you before. Since I spoke with you last, I was in Albany, New York about a week and a half ago, and doing a training for some National Public Health Service employees. They're the federal inspectors, our inspection teams that look at not only food commodities, but they look at medical devices, pharmaceuticals, and food commodities that come into our country and within the country. What I found very interesting, I was speaking to one of our students who mid-career FDA inspector on the Canadian border above New York State, and he said that they feel lucky if they can get 1% of the commodities coming into the United States inspected. So 99% of things coming into America from that Canadian northeastern border, 1% is looked at. So the trick here is to not just to be diligent in what we're doing, and I'll speak to that in a second here. I thought that was a very remarkable number to me. When I did a similar training in Richmond, Virginia about a year ago, I asked that same question to one of the port inspectors off the Atlantic, and she said that her department does maybe 10%. However, I found out later, in more detailed questioning, that in her own estimation was probably an exaggeration. So kind of give you an idea of where the challenges that are facing America and the international distribution of food items coming into our country. From, we can get fresh raspberries from Chile in February here without any difficulty. So that's just an indication of what's going on. And again, to recite a statement, numbers I gave you before, since I would feel they're important, December 2010 data from the CDC, 48 million people are sickened each year by food-related products, 128,000 are hospitalized, and 3,000 people die of food-related illnesses. What we do, what Carla's department does in particular, the Environmental Health Department, doing the food service program, inspection program, all the successes of the department and the successes of restaurateurs in Pickens County and the city of Aspen are silent. like in Rob's restaurant, when he does his job well, things go fine. And what I found is that was the vast majority of the time. Well, when something generally unintentionally happens, and it does, that's when publicity happens, and that's when the newspaper headlines come about. So it's important to know that the resources you put into the inspection program, the licensing program, and the educational program mainly is money well spent, because when you don't hear anything about it, it means it's a protected food source. So that's important for me to state. Concluding this bullet point, when I was in New York 10 days ago, so I met with Commander Sheila Merriweather. She is a U.S. Public Health Service officer, and the U.S. Public Health Service is a branch of the military. They have commissary privileges, they have rank, they are deployed to dangerous areas of the world to render public health services. And Sheila represents 25 of the states. Her counterpart, Jackie Polder, represents the other 25 states. And they are the federal, local, and state liaisons. And when I was speaking to both, I know both of them pretty well now, when I was speaking to them about the local health departments at the granular level where we are right now, they clearly understand the importance of maintaining those connections. So whether directly or indirectly, we have that level of service that's available to us in the county here. And I brought back some information to give to Carla and also to give to Lee Casson at the City of Aspen.
We're going to have just about 12 more minutes.
One more thing. Let me just close at that point. And if you have guidance for me on anything you see coming up, I'm glad to take that and follow your lead.
Thank you on that. And we might be able to go back to, I just want to make sure we have enough
No,
time.
that was it for me.
Sure, mine can be real quick. Carla Osberg with Pickens County Environmental Health Department. Just a quick update on some of the things we've been doing. We have been promoting air quality awareness in recent months. This winter we gave out almost 200 radon test kits, and thanks to a grant from the Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment. And I've done some preliminary tabulating of the results that have come into our department, and we're seeing that about 58% of the test results that come in are above the recommended exposure level for radon. So that's not unusual. The Colorado is subject to high radon levels just because of our geology, our soils, and then it's dependent on the house. So all of you in the public that took a radon test kit and haven't tested, you may want to wait until next winter to test when the house is closed up. But for those of you who did test and get your results back, and if you have any questions, then please give our department a call. We'll be sending out a letter to those that got high readings, just a little outreach and information. We also collaborated with Garfield County, Eagle County, Mesa, the EPA, and the City of Aspen on an air quality campaign at the beginning of May. It was called Share the Air. And there was a variety of press releases on topics such as ozone, asthma, carbon monoxide, and radon. And I was on the radio a couple times. It was an interesting little outreach, but it was, again, just all public information. So that was a great collaborative regional effort, I thought.
Carla, if someone who missed the free test kits wanted to test their radon levels, how do they go about getting a test kit, or who do they contact? Where are they available?
Well, we don't necessarily recommend doing the test now, even though the weather is so lovely this time of year. But it is going to get nice eventually, and we'll open up our windows. And we're looking a little more for the worst case scenario. There'll be another opportunity to get test kits next year, for sure. And they can call me at any time to get general information.
I'll just say, speaking from experience, I did one of these radon tests this last month. Very simple. It's a little packet. You hang it on your wall at breathing height on your main floor. It takes a weekend. You mail it in. You get your results within a week. It's very simple. So it's a great little program. I did find that mine's above the level, but the recommendation was to retest. and to check out mitigation options for that. So I think it's important that we do have a high level of radon. I did have some phone calls on the radon thing from other people that did some mitigation, and their big concern was, should our building codes have some sort of test for this? If somebody sells a house that has a high radon level or something, some people in North 40 had to do some mitigation for radon because there were high radon levels out there. Obviously they didn't have that information when they bought the house. There was nothing to get the CEO of the house in terms of radon levels, and the question was brought to me of whether or not we should have some sort of test done.
I think that's a little bit of something for the building department to answer more than these
Yeah,
guys.
absolutely.
But there's also issues with some of it is settling over time, and it may not be immediately apparent at the time that you're first getting your CO as well, depending on which air systems you've set up and started to use and so on. Dr. Morris, you had your hand up on that?
I was going to say that, I know we're going to test during the worst time when everything's closed up. Maybe we should open up the houses, not just for the radon, for biologicals, etc. Even in the winter, we shouldn't really close the houses up. We should have ventilation. It's important.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's going to get rid of your radon problem, but it sure helps.
That's true.
Okay.
As far as our consumer protection program, we haven't had any huge disasters recently. But some good news, we work with the state. We enter all our inspection data into the digital health department database, and we have the ability to spit out some random reports from time to time. So one that I found was interesting. Last year, 24% of our retail food establishments were being cited for 2 or more critical violations. And those critical violations are ones most likely to cause a foodborne illness. This year, we're finding that number is down to 15%. So I thought that was a very good thing. So we're decreasing the risk of foodborne illness in Pickens County. On-site wastewater treatment system program. As you all know, we began our use permit program where people have to have their septic systems inspected with the sale of a home or obtaining a building permit. And we're finding that 25 to 30% of those inspected are seeing some repairs. So that's good. A lot of times we think, well, if it's not backing up into the house or if it's not surfacing on the lawn, everything is fine. But there are little things that we can do to make sure that the systems are working properly. So those inspections are catching those little things, and then we're able to make sure those repairs happen. I guess the only other thing that I wanted to mention, being spring is around the corner eventually, we might be doing some spring cleaning and chores of that type. Think about hantavirus this time of year. Hantavirus has already claimed the life of one Coloradan and sickened another in Weld. It has a very high mortality rate, and so to take proper precautions when you're cleaning up an old cabin or shed, ventilate. Ventilation is never a bad thing, I don't think. And inform yourself about hantavirus and what you could do to protect yourself.
Maybe may I ask, remember, these are the feces from the deer and mice, so they'll be in corners, and so you want to open the place up. You want to wear a mask when you're sweeping it up.
And I always heard that you're not really supposed to sweep as much as collect it with a wet paper towel.
That would be better because then you
because
wouldn't-
you don't want to get it into the
You
air.
need to protect yourself and know that it's there.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board at this time? I do see we have a citizen who came to this meeting. Armin, did you have something you wanted to mention about community health and
It was concerning the airport extension.
Okay, that's the next item. That'll be later in the agenda.
Yeah.
That comes
And
up.
the FAA involved in it.
Okay, that comes up at 2:45.
245?
2:45. I just wasn't sure which item you were here for. Thank you. It's I think secondary to your mission, obviously, but I wanted to mention it to our manager. because we're seeing this equine horse virus spreading out throughout the state, and it was hitting pretty heavily up in Washington State. They had canceled any number of regional programs. It's not contagious to humans, but I was thinking we should probably do something with our animal safety office, and because this is the time of year when a lot of the outfitters start bringing in their herds for the summer, and I'm just unaware of any past circumstance and whether we should offer some sort of warning or if there's protocols, and I thought maybe we could have Riri Baker.
This originated in Utah, didn't it?
Ogden.
That's where the outbreak,
Yeah, and so people traveling to shows seem to be very much in a quarantine situation now, and a lot of events have been canceled, a lot of economic activity.
The state has a equine inspection program for bringing equines into the state. They have to have certificates of health.
Okay. Again, I know so little about it. I just was really thinking about that kind of summer tourism business we have and going on with that. Thank you again for your hard work, and we'll all keep an eye on a lot of these trends going forward. And do we know has a date been set for the health fair at the
Yes.
house?
It'll be not next weekend, but the weekend after. It'll be the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Sunday is the day that people will be attending and can have their blood pressure checked and their joints inspected, etc. Lab work will be done at Aspen Valley Hospital, I believe, on Saturday and Sunday, and Down Valley on Friday. And you can go on the website and make an appointment, so you don't have to wait in line. This is nice. So if you go on the website, hopefully you'll be able to navigate it. We've been fooling around with it, but I think it'll help.
Not this weekend coming up.
Not
but
this
the next?
weekend, but the next one, the first weekend in June.
So that'll be the 3rd and 4th.
Right.
Great.
Yeah, exactly right.
Well,
And I recommend it for everybody, just for the lab work alone. And then near the end of the month, I don't have the exact date with me, I'll be giving a lecture to those who want to have their lab work interpreted. And I do that usually every year, so that helps. What good is the lab work unless you don't know what it means?
Great. Thank you very much. We really greatly appreciate it. And I
Thanks,
need a
everybody.
motion to adjourn the Board of Health meeting.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Very good. And we will be hearing the Model United Nations presentation, and we'll just take a couple-minute break. If you guys want to go ahead and get set up, we'll be there with you just a second.
Is George on vacation, just so I can make a note in my minutes?
everyone. It is Tuesday, May 24th, and we are in the work session of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. It's now a little after 2 o'clock, and we are going to hear a presentation on the Model United Nations from some students from Aspen High School who attended the United National Conference. And so just introduce yourselves for the records, and the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Foster Gross. I'm a sophomore at Aspen High School, and I've been in Model United Nations for 2 years.
Super.
And my name is Matteo Garofalo. I've also been in Model United Nations for 2 years. I'm a junior at Aspen High School.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Very well. Every year we have a club at Aspen High School called Model United Nations, which is tied with a lot of other Model United Nations clubs around not only the United States but the world. And in the past, we've gone to several conferences, but just because of timing issues, we've only been able to go to one for the past few years. But the one that we do go to is the UNIT Conference, or Model United Nations of the University of Chicago, which of course occurs in Chicago at the wonderful Palmer House Hotel.
So the reason that we participate in Model United Nations is because it gives us, just students, an opportunity to experience a global perspective and meet other students who are like us and are interested in current events and foreign policy and the various factors that come into our relationship with other countries and how we solve problems in the world. And so each year there's about 4,000 students who go to the MUNIC conference, and they're very diverse in background. Some are from China, we have students from the Netherlands and Japan, and so
India as well.
India as well. And so there's lots of international students as well as domestic students from the United States from various high schools. And basically what all these kids have in common is they all have a passion for history and learning about current events. And so we gather here and we're put into different committees that are based off the real committees at the actual Model UN.
The basic structure of the Model UN is designed to follow exactly that of the real United Nations, in that the systematic process, the way that the countries interact, the use of placards, for instance, it's all the exact same as that of the real United Nations. The councils, well, we've had a variety of councils this year. Some of them are what we call action councils, which deal with what they do is they place the students at a certain historical context, and then they will have them solve an issue from the past, such as the Cuban Missile Crisis. But the majority of the councils will deal with current event issues in the way that the actual United Nations does so. We have three main methods of interaction. There's the speakers list, where the board, which in this case is made up of representatives from the University of Chicago, usually in the political science department, will literally write up a list of all the nations who want to speak, at which point we'll have maybe 2 minutes to come up and speak on our perspective on the issue. We have unmoderated caucuses, where we simply raise our placard to be called on and go and speak, and moderated caucuses, where essentially we run around, talk to each other, and get in as much as we can before we have to sit down again.
So this year I was in a committee called DISEC, which is Disarmament and International Security, and that's a division of the United Nations that deals with war, weapons, and problems that countries have, disputes that countries are having where there's war and refugees and electoral violence. So the 2 topics that we dealt with, each committee has 2 topics that everyone goes and researches before the Model United Nations conference. And what we discussed, we didn't quite get to the other topic, but we discussed electoral violence. So I actually got the nation of Belarus, which is an ex-communist nation, and they've had problems with electoral violence in the past, basically rigging elections and making the elections so that the people don't actually have fair representation and electing their dictator for a 4th term. But because I was a representation of their government, I took a very conservative stance on the issue of electoral violence, and I said, hey, we don't want the United Nations to get involved with our electoral violence. And there's other nations that have a complete different viewpoint. So it's interesting to put yourself in the perspective of the head of state of another country and make decisions for them and see what other countries are doing about the same issue.
And we're not simply following the prescribed rule book of this nation wants this, and so we're going to get this. It's far more complicated than that. Rather, we have to put ourselves in the mindset of those leaders and attempt to argue in the way that they would argue. If we are arguing for a certain event to occur, if we are arguing for electoral violence or against electoral violence, whatever it may be, we would have to argue in the way that those representatives would argue, using the side that they choose, but arguing for it the best way that we can to try and convince our peers, which in this case are representing other nations. I was representing Spain for the legal committee, and our topic was internet security and general internet rights. And I must say it was incredibly fun being able to stand up in front of a group of about 500 kids with a microphone in my hand, great black suit, pounding my fist in the air saying how desperately individuals in our world need the right to free internet access and general freedom of speech and whatnot. And the simple fact that we can practice diplomatic speaking manners, diplomatic occurrences, and the general way in which professionals deal with their job when it comes to an international scope is very, very useful.
Very good.
There's all sorts of inherent benefits that we get from participating in Model UN. Of course, there's the public speaking aspect of Model UN, which is huge. So you have tons of chances to get up in front of, an auditorium full of hundreds of people and explain your viewpoint about something and basically organize a concise and accurate speech that will depict your country's ideas. And we also benefit through networking. There's tons of students there, and I'm still in contact with some of the kids that I met at Model UN. And so these are some of the benefits that we get from Model UN. And the other thing is, because we get to go to Chicago as a group, we get to experience the city, and it's one of the great American cities, really. And it's just great.
It's not snowing. Well, our flight this time was delayed by intense snowing in Chicago, a large storm which brewed over the area. Generally, we would have been able to visit things like the Museum of Science and Industry, or several art museums, or several universities for that matter, University of Chicago, of course, but we couldn't quite visit everything we wanted.
No.
Although I did get some morning runs in at the hotel. So
that's true. The hotel is quite massive. We have the conference and everyone staying at the same hotel, a large lobby. It's very self-enclosed, but at the same time we take multiple trips outside to the Chicago city itself. And really it's the interaction with the other kids which is so fascinating, because as in diplomacy you have the speeches, you have the public occurrences, but you also have those little nuances when you meet with delegates from other nations, when you try to convince them in a way that's not public. Now, of course, we don't bribe anyone. I haven't. But you do want to realize how people function under these circumstances, and generally how to convince somebody to do something they don't want to do if it's for the good of humankind.
Mm-hmm. It's a great skill to be perfecting for all of us. So, board members, any questions or comments? Michael?
What do you think about the location of the UN headquarters in New York?
It's very indicative of the fact that the United Nations, or the United States, not only supplies the United Nations with the majority of their funds, but also plays a very central role in the United Nations. And generally speaking, if it's a question of where you want to place the United Nations headquarters, you could place it just about anywhere else on Earth, so long as the same basic principle remains of the equality of all nations.
The United States has basically asserted itself as a moral hegemony for the whole entire Earth, and so that bias, it may need to be toned down in the future. So I'm thinking that the UN headquarters should probably be moved somewhere in Asia, because of Asia's huge population and the fact that they are experiencing exponential economic growth. So it's a little bit biased that the UN headquarters would be in New York, but it's already established and it's been working pretty good. So,
as for us, though, we are in Chicago because we don't have any better options. We could always just pick up the entire hotel and move it to somewhere else in the world, but it's not quite feasible.
Jack?
Yeah, I think this is really fantastic, and to hear you kids give us feedback as to what went on. The example that you used about interacting, networking, etc. Rachel and I, for example, when we go represent Pickens County at Colorado counties, it's not only the work we do at the steering committee meetings, but it's the relationships that you develop on the side that gives you an understanding of, your differences and the things you have in common also. And the common ground is how oftentimes you're able to move forward and get things done. So,
Yeah, a lot of
right on.
Sorry. A lot of times people don't understand that it's not so much the talent that a person has, but it's also the ability that they have to communicate those talents with other people. So, like what you're saying, the networking is very important, and that's something that we gain through Model United Nations.
Rob?
Just congratulations. I commend you on being involved and getting out there and doing this. And I'd cite Malcolm Gladwell's book, Outliers, and getting experience is about building leadership skills and getting out there and putting yourself out there, even just speaking in front of us today. It takes time and experience to build those skills, and getting involved with a program like this and having these programs available for our students is a tremendous thing in getting that experience.
And on that note, we would like to thank you very much for the funding that you gave us. We've had a lot of students who've had financial difficulties with the recession and whatnot, and that little bit of boost, it was split evenly amongst those who needed the money for the trip, and it was very useful. We had perhaps 40 kids going on the trip.
Yeah, so on behalf of everyone at Model United Nations Aspen High School, we'd just like to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for helping to make this possible.
So it was 40 kids from this valley or from Colorado's delegation?
From Aspen High School.
That's fabulous.
Quite a few kids.
Yeah, that's really great shared experience that way.
And we actually have an idea for the future of our club. We were thinking that we might actually host a conference at Aspen High School, a small-scale conference. It would be a little bit more informal than big conferences like Munich, but basically we want to give an opportunity for other schools throughout the valley to experience Model United Nations, perhaps expand our own school's program. So those are just a few of the ideas we've been considering, but so far it's just this conference, the Munich conference, that we've been going to every year, and that's what we're doing lately.
I think it might be neat if you talk to the Aspen Institute, because they might have some interest in taking that under wing and assisting you with hosting the conference or promoting it, because their international dialogue and understanding is one of their key.
They've hosted a event for us in the past, so we're in contact with the Aspen Institute and helping us out. So.
And yes.
Well, it's obvious that the community supports the Aspen School District, and it's very encouraging with all the challenges we face as communities, families, etc., to see and know that kids like yourselves are involved in more than just the regular curriculum, and that you are the future. So, and for an old fart, semi-old fart like myself, 50 years ago, I wish we would have had something like this when I was in high school. Fabulous.
And especially at the rate at which the world is developing, not only with the increase of technology, but with the increase of the number of people on Earth, that having that sort of connection, that sort of experience is absolutely crucial, not only for us, but as we're hoping later on for other kids throughout the valley.
I think as a nation, we can't afford to keep ourselves in a dark age of ignorance, and we need to really branch out and see these other cultures and other countries and experience them fully so that we can figure out how to live with them, because as we start modernizing as a planet, we're going to need to do that and figure out how we can get along with everybody. So,
You mean the old empire building model won't work?
Well, it's fun while it lasts.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure about moving the United States nations to the Far East or somewhere else, because I'd be concerned about it being taken over. But
that's a good point.
Maybe in the new world, it would work.
Perhaps we have multiple headquarters.
Locations.
Perhaps we'll take it over.
Float around.
Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate you taking your time from your school day today to
Thank
come
you,
give
guys.
us a presentation. It really makes us
Thank you.
feel better about our contributions. Again, good luck with you and your college studies and all your colleagues.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we are scheduled for a break at 2:30, so I don't know if we want to do a few.
We could stay for another 15 minutes.
Oh, I bet. Filibuster.
Exactly.
Well, if anybody else has any questions, I mean to cut that off early, but I think you got your letter and your presentations right there. So we could take a longer break, or we could get some of the future agendas out of the way or something like that.
Either future agendas or we could
MOIs. Yeah, I'd like to just keep proceeding unless...
Okay, so I just wasn't sure if any of those MIs would take longer than 10 minutes and lead us into the break, but
I don't think so. We could go into future agendas, though. That would be easy, too. Is that...
I have more questions on future agendas than MOIs.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll go to MOIs for the Public Safety Council dues and just see if we can knock that one off.
So, and of course, I think we're going to have some representatives from the Sheriff's Department here, but basically what this is Public Safety Council is paying dues again to support position with emergency management. They were suspended in 2010. The Public Safety Council voted to renew those in 2011. The position was continued in our budget for 2011, but the revenues weren't accounted for, so this is really just accounting for the revenues coming in of $20,000, which is why you see a net cost of negative $20,000, but really what it's doing is going back to those pre-2010 revenue levels or contributions from other public safety agencies.
Yeah.
So this is just really a pass-through?
Yeah, and it's really informational. I mean, it's not asking for a new appropriation. It's the board recognizing that we're pulling in these additional revenues against an expenditure that's already been appropriated.
And is there an evaluation on an annual basis, for example, what the needs of the council are, the Public Safety Council, so maybe dues need to be adjusted?
You know, Jack, I don't know the answer to that question, but that's certainly something I could visit with the Sheriff's Department about. I do know the Public Safety Council meets on a regular basis, and this was clearly an item of discussion both in 2010 when the dues were eliminated and again in 2011 when they're reinstated. So to me that indicates that they do have a regular discussion, but I really don't know what their process is.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a very important function as, you know, relative to public safety and welfare and all that. And so, yeah, we might at least just get the answer, touch base verbally or something.
Okay. Everyone else in general agreement or have any questions on this? Okay. Yeah, we'll bring back some of the stuff from the NACO meeting tomorrow for our open discussion, but there sounded like there's been some very significant cutbacks for wildfire funding through the Forest Service. The Flame Act did separate that from standard programs of the Forest Service, but I think it may have been in the magnitude of $300 million. And they're particularly concerned because they are unable to replace the large water tankers, planes that they used to have. They were a fleet operating, the youngest of the fleet were 40 years old. The oldest were right out of World War II. And when they had a few of them kind of fall apart in midair, they grounded the whole fleet, did inspections, and they're down from 40 planes to 16 with no money whatsoever to replace any of those planes anymore. So they've shifted it to helicopters, but it's nowhere near the magnitude of water drops at those critical moments. And so it just looked like the coordination for federal emergency management and things like that are going to be areas that strain counties' expenses going forward. The wildfire protection plan, we have 6 minutes. Maybe we can get through that.
Yeah, the wildfire protection plan, again, this is another grant through the United States Forest Service for pre-disaster mitigation for wildfire planning. This also includes an additional amount, and Grady just walked in the room. He may be able to help me out with this. It includes an additional amount of $10,860.
Grady, why don't you come on up? We're a little ahead of schedule, so we are knocking out a few of these MOI items.
We're doing the wildfire protection plan.
Yes.
And so the $10,860 was actually an expenditure from a 2004 planning effort that was not reimbursed. That is now being reimbursed through the Bureau of Land Management. So Ray, I don't know if you want
Two grants?
And so
to. We did the
10
public
and the
safety.
20.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
you already approved public safety. It was pretty straightforward, well explained.
So you've got the plant fire you may want to explain a little bit the difference between the fire mitigation grant and the fire planning grant.
They're essentially the same. They both come from Bureau of Land Management. One of the issues, the difficult issue is that these were, kind of languishing for a long time. They were approved in 2004. They had a 5-year shelf life. Just for the history of it, when the Community Wildfire Protection Plan was initiated and that $10,000 was encumbered against the grants, there was all kinds of problems with these little subdivisions that were trying to establish their own wildfire protection plan, which is what the Community Wildfire Protection Plan is. It was Conundrum, Red Mountain, and Starwood. And there was all kinds of litigation. People didn't want to be accountable for the actual mitigation to their neighbors. So they had a privacy issue. So this is historic that I'm getting, in that instead of people attending these meetings to go along with the mitigation plan, attorneys were showing up. So it kind of just died on the vine. So then BLM came to me during our annual operating plan, which is the federal fire plan, and explained that they're still there and they're still valid. And they expanded them to include the entire county instead of being these little community subdivision type wildfire plans. And so then I thought about it for a couple of days, and this is where it kind of goes back to where I was in the last meeting, that he's totally okay with contracting a person who will develop these plans. We have 4 fire plans in Pitkin County. These community wildfire protection plans, the annual operating plan, the Pitkin County wildfire plan, and then whatever comes out of pre-disaster mitigation plan, which already exists and we're updating. So that's 4 plans. So I had this element that we want to homogenize them, streamline, kind of get them the same as far as they can be, and then work them into the pre-disaster mitigation plan. That's kind of so to pull them all together, that's what the concept of contracting off this grant. So anyway, they said that would be fine. So they pulled the restrictions off that little subdivision. So we can go countywide and we can use it to piggyback on the pre-disaster mitigation project. So it will achieve all those little, hopefully, goals and objectives.
So we can use the balance, is what you're saying,
Correct.
because 19,000 plus has already been spent previously.
10,000 change has been spent, there's 19,000 left, if I have that right.
Oh, so I have it reversed.
Yeah. So we're still seeking, as John said, that we're still going after the $10,000 reimbursement that was spent somewhere in 2004, so 19 remains. And BLM's completely okay with us using it up against putting all these plans together and getting into pre-disaster mitigation. So it constantly segues back to pre-disaster mitigation project.
Well, we're glad you're pulling all these plans together and we're able to move them forward. Board, are we supportive of this budget request? Nodded heads.
So
Okay.
this is just amounts, again, to basically the paper trail behind it in order to access the rest of the grant that was not given to Pitkin County.
Correct. We've never tapped it at all.
Okay, well, that's good. And we are now scheduled for our break at 2:30. And we
If we
begin.
get me in early.
Yeah, and we get the airport master plan done at 2:45. When that will start.
Thank you for the winter break.
Well, I think we had some interested public. I don't know if they're still here, that we said we'd start the item at
No,
2:45.
I was thinking still on busy work, but
No, this next one's going to be longer and, cold enough I might get a little coffee. Okay, so we're on break, Grassroots, and to everyone else, we'll begin at 2:45 when we're scheduled. 2:45 on Tuesday, May 24th. This is the Pickens County Board of Commissioners work session, and we are now going to hear an update on the airport master plan and a little discussion by the board afterwards. Thank you. Take it away. Just introduce yourselves as you go forward to our viewing public.
Well, thank you very much. It's a real treat to be with you today. We've had some real exciting meetings the last couple of days. By the way, I'm Jim Elwood. I'm the airport director. I'm going to introduce the team that will be presenting to you today, as well as Tom Snitzer here to my right with Mead & Hunt, and Tim Malloy with TG Malloy, one of the local planning companies here in the Valley. As I started to mention, the last couple of days have been good ones for us at the airport. We've got some really terrific feedback from the community. And as kind of some background, as you know, the airport's undertaken a 20-year master plan. So all of the discussions we've been having with the community and the study advisory group and such have really been focused on a 20-year kind of forward-looking perspective. So as you kind of consider what we've learned to this point, I'd really encourage to kind of keep in mind that 20-year time frame, and that some of the things that we may be talking about don't indicate that they'll be built. It's more about space reservation and ensure that the airport has done logical and thoughtful planning for what it might be as time goes by. So that's really the core purpose of all of that. In this particular planning process, we've kind of taken it a different tack than a lot of communities and airports do across the country. We started with the community and really started talking to them about what they saw at the airport and what those pieces look like. And one can maybe click forward. By the way, there are a couple of slides that are brand new in here that weren't in the original packet, but we'll have those up on the website here in the next 24 hours, and we'll email you those, because we wanted really the most current feedback that we received in the last 24 hours. So I just wanted to kind of note that for you.
Okay.
We're going to kind of talk a little bit about the study's progress, what we've seen so far, the committee that you set up, the Master Plan Advisory Committee, and then the public input that we've received, and then kind of how this process moves forward from here. As you may know, there's about 43 people, I think, now on the Master Plan Advisory Committee that all of you suggested be on that list, and so they've been active and engaged in this process today. I'm going to turn it over to Tom. Tom's going to talk just a little bit about what's happened in the study to this point and what's in process at the moment. So, Tom Snitzer.
Thanks, Jim, and pleasure to be here today. Really appreciate the opportunity to help you out, and you have a very active community, and we've really enjoyed the meetings that we've had, both with the study committee as well as the folks that did have an interest and have come out to the open house last night. This first slide gives you a snapshot of what we've completed so far, just to bring you up to speed with where we're at right now. We're at the stage of the master plan that's really the most interesting and exciting part of a master plan, and that is the development of concepts. We've identified facility and other issues that require some attention, and now we're at the creative stage of the process, where we're looking at the various ways that you could address those issues, whether it's a facility issue or an environmental issue or whatever. So it's really a very rich stage in the master plan, and we did start this back in January with our public charrettes, and we had a lot of input from that, and we're continuing to do that. This stage of the process will be going on for many more months as we continue getting input and refining what we're doing. And of course, the outreach and involvement with the public is something that is ongoing, and we're doing that on multiple fronts. Just one observation I'll make is we continue to observe that there's a strong educational component to when people come out and we talk to them about airport facilities. And in fact, last night people came out to the operations center, and we had our open house in the equipment bay, and so people are getting to know the airport a lot better just through the process. Like I said, back in January, we started the charrettes. We did some more in March, and we've got great ideas from the public through those pretty intensive planning sessions. And from those ideas, we've developed a series of facility concepts that are really taking the core ideas and turning them into more working drawings that are correct from an airport planning standpoint in terms of setbacks from other facilities like the runway. And so we've developed scale drawings that show different ways that you could improve the airport. Just a reminder, the way we've gone about doing this is we've grouped the facility issues into two main focus areas. And you'll see that as we present the concepts and talk about the feedback that we've gotten. One is the terminal area, and that includes the terminal building itself. It includes the automobile parking as well as the access roadway system. It also includes the airplane parking ramp. And then the second focus area is the general aviation, the private airplanes, the non-commercial side, and that is also coupled with a second fixed-base operator, which would be the folks that do the servicing on the airplanes. So those are the two main focus areas that we've been dealing with. Just to bring up an issue that we have addressed in the past, but as a reminder that we're running on an operating principle with this master plan that there are certain givens at this airport. These are very fundamental, and it's just important to note that we don't see any of these things changing. These reflect physical limitations of the valley and the terrain. It also reflects some of the community values, such as the curfews, the nighttime curfew on operations, the limit on the size of airplanes that are going to be coming in and out of here. Those restrictions we assume will remain in place through the life of the 20-year master plan. With that, I'm going to have Jim describe to you, and this slide and the next one are the two that are not in your packet. We had them in there as blank slides indicating that we were going to share the feedback that we got from the meetings yesterday, and so we've essentially populated these with some information on some of the themes that we've heard from both the study committee as well as the general public. So I'm going to have Jim talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. You know, a couple of things have really started to surface, and I think they're important to share back with you. People want their airport to be simple, they want it to be intuitive, and they want it to work efficiently. And that's I'm really talking about the airport terminal, but the facility in total. There was lots of really strong feedback about what that user experience should feel like. Folks have some very powerful ideas and gave us really strong input into the fact that when you get to the airport, that it really be intuitive. You can find baggage claim, you can find the ticket area, you can find security, you can find a place to park, or if you get dropped off curbside, where you go from there. So they want a thoughtful planning process overall. And so we've kind of picked up the theme at the airport about just simple and functional. We got a lot of feedback about the community character of any buildings that we might put on the airport, especially the terminal building, that they don't feel strongly about a big monument to the community. They feel like it can be understated, it can fit into the environment, but that it wants to take advantage of the natural surroundings that exist and the beauty that we have here in our valley. So that was some very significant and important points for us to all hear. It's also curious that people were really inclined toward a new terminal building, that there wasn't a lot of emotional attachment toward the existing structure. What they did like about the existing structure, though, was its kind of scale, and there's a feeling of intimacy and that it has a sense of place. And they really cared about those subjects, but it didn't necessarily have to be in the existing structure. We noticed that people spent more time on the concepts that were different and had new concepts than they really did looking at the concepts that expanded or changed the existing structure. So that was pretty insightful for us. As a matter of fact, a few of the folks even went as far as to say, and these were especially the folks who've now done the tour, said, we shouldn't try to change the existing building. It just has too many flaws that it would be good money after bad kind of feedback came to us. There was a lot of feedback on making sure that the airport and the other planning projects that are out there really do kind of keep with the flow, and that RAFTA with the BRT project, with the AACP project, all of those that we need to make sure we keep in front, and there was very definitive direction to make sure that we all integrate and that we all move toward the same direction. And we thought that was very, very important and good feedback for us. The traffic circulation parking, there was a lot of discussion. They wanted to make sure that it made sense, and once again, that when you got to the airport, you weren't trying to figure out where it is you were supposed to be, but that it made sense where you were supposed to go. And that was helpful. The other items that we really did get some flavor, and I think were consistent themes, had to do with alternative transportations. There was feedback about transit, and we also heard about how we'd integrate with existing ground transportation. As most of you know, a large portion of the lodges and others in the community have some kind of mass transit or bus or shuttle van system, and that they wanted that to be there. They also felt that it needed to be separate from the public, general public driving their car. They wanted it to be isolated and set on its own roadway system, or at least kind of isolated in some way. Also,
the users or the public?
The people, both the advisory group and to an extent the public that came to the open house last night, consistent with the charrettes that we did back in January and March, felt like they wanted those to have two separate kind of areas in which they function, that they didn't really want to see them necessarily use the same roadway system entirely at the airport.
Roadway or loading system?
I think that's a very good technical question, Rachel. And we got enough feedback, I think, to say that folks wanted to make at least a separate loading system, that there was a curb that directed people toward that kind of transportation. They wanted transit to be close to the terminal building, and so that the connectability between the road and transit was also important, and that some of the ideas that you've seen now have the potential of putting baggage claim or ticketing and some of those kind of areas closer out to where the transit stop might exist as well. And I think there's also a very direct feedback to us about anything that happens at the airport. They want it to be sensitive to our overall values in regards to environmental, and that they be, if not LEED certified, whatever that equivalency, so that they were extremely smart. Use of geothermal, solar panels, that kind of thing came through as well. The general aviation fixed base operation discussion, there wasn't as much foot traffic on that side of our feedback. The comments were generally fewer in total, but there are a couple of items that kind of came forward, and we've shared them here, that they needed to be functional, meaning that they had to make sense, they had to be to kind of to scale. We talked about phasing. Some folks looked at that and said, oh my gosh, that's a lot of change. Once again, we kind of brought them back to a 20-year kind of focus. There was kind of some thoughts on both sides. We showed some alternatives, as you know, or concepts that related to different utilization of the east side or the Highway 82 side of the airport. We also had some concepts relative to utilizing some space on the west side. And the feedback we got was not as definitive, I think, in that area. There were folks who said, gee, I think we should do all that can be done on the east side first, and then look to the west side and maybe over the 20-year plan, think about how that would integrate. There were actually a few comments, and you'll see them around the room, that said, we'd kind of like to see some balance, and that it would actually feel better if there was some balance of use on each side of the airport. So that one wasn't as clear in terms of direction and philosophy. The other kind of prevailing theme that I think is important to share with all of you is a feeling of phasing, that while they recognize that you may have to think about what might be needed in 20 years, but that it should be scaled, it should be timed out, it should meet the community's comfort. So that was kind of it on the GA and fixed base operator discussion. I'm now going to kick it over to Tim, and he's going to go just really very briefly through the concepts. As a matter of fact, our general hope here is that we kind of talk about those themes and make sure that we're matching up on what you're hearing in the community about the work that's going on at the airport, and if we have time to dig into these concepts a little deeper, but to let Tim kind of go through them very briefly, and then we can talk about those themes if we might.
And, excuse me, Rachel, real quick.
No, check.
It's very hard to see here and even up there, so could you
Will the word
articulate
say?
square footage?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Yeah, and even the titles are pretty hard to read.
Okay. Am I to understand that you have these in your packet at
Yeah.
8.5 by 11? They're just the last slides?
They're the half size.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying.
So you really haven't been able to read them very well.
No.
I'm going to take a little bit more time than I was planning on then because there's some fleshing out to do. So I'm going to go briefly through the 9 alternatives for the terminal area, and then I'll turn it back to Tom to talk about the GA alternatives, which there are 4 of. Of the 9 alternatives for the terminal area, 4 of them focus on reuse or retrofit of the existing terminal building. 5 of them are alternatives that look and assume that that existing building will be demolished and we'll be phasing a new terminal building nearby. And before I kind of jump into describing this first alternative, I'm going to orient you. Of course, you know that this is Highway 82 and this is the ABC here. This is the Baltic Avenue interchange, and this is this BMC West location. So there you see the existing terminal, and the existing tarmac is shown in this sort of gray color. I'm just going to give you a very, very quick overview of some things that you're going to see that all of the alternatives have in common. One of those things is that you've got this sort of connection to transit, and there'll be various different themes on how that is done. Another is that you're going to see this orange line that goes here adjacent to the highway, and that's to symbolize that we are intending to reserve a separate transit corridor for some future mode that we don't anticipate today, that doesn't exist today. It could be light rail, or it could be some other fixed guideway or any other transit mode that you could think of. But the idea is that we're going to be reserving that in addition to the sort of in-lane transit that we currently have with the DRT system that's being designed right now. You're also going to see that all of the concepts are going to have a below-grade parking garage that is below grade entirely. The surface would be a sort of landscaped plaza, if you will. And you're going to see an area to the right on all of the concepts that is an area identified as reserved for future development. And that could be future potential parking in the event that there is a more substantial transit system that requires additional commuter parking. It could be some other airport-related future development that's just available, that space that's available. You're also going to see that all of the terminal concepts have been designed to accommodate 10 aircraft. And in the past, our peak has been in the range of of 8 aircraft, so this is 2 in addition to what we've seen in past peak periods. And of course, then you're going to see the terminal building in all of them, which will vary quite a bit. And what you're going to see in all of those depictions is about 80,000 square feet, which is the projected square footage necessary for the 2017 year, given the forecasted evaluated need. And all of them are assumed to be single-story. And the reason that we did that is because this is a master plan study where we are reserving space. So this is sort of a worst-case scenario, if you will, in terms of how much space we need to reserve to accommodate a terminal building, and as much as if you were to... So this is the greatest footprint that it would be needed to accommodate that 80,000 square feet. Obviously, if we stack it, it's smaller, and we've reserved extra space. And you're also going to notice that the points of access are the same on all the drawings, and we're assuming Baltic Avenue and DMC West because those are the locations that have essentially been given to us, given what's going on with the access plan, et cetera. So this first alternative is one that was recently popular, actually, with everyone.
Just one quick question, just in terms of comparison to what we have today. Can you tell me the square footage of the existing building?
45,000 square feet.
45,000, and the number of parking spaces?
Well, short-term, long-term, employee.
And something that we would compare to that, which is...
We have about 1,100 spaces
and
currently.
that says 438 cars
per
floor. Per floor.
Correct, 438 per floor. Yeah, and actually one other thing I should say is that in this parking structure, you're going to see this number is going to be close to 500 on most of the alternatives. There are 2 alternatives where it's down around 410 or 438. This one and number 9 actually are smaller, but most of them bang in right around 500 spaces, and the intent here is the forecast parking need has been identified at about 1,473 spaces. We currently have about 1,100. So the idea was, what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out if we're going to be doing a parking structure that accommodates the future need, how deep do we need to go in order to be able to do that and keep the intent of doing it as a below grade structure. So we've identified that we can go below grade in the range of 3, maybe 4 floors, 3 probably safely, given some testing that was done by J-Aviation with respect to groundwater, et cetera. So assume 3 floors, 438 to 500 per floor is about 1,500 spaces. So we're trying to accommodate that need.
Thank you.
And the rental car operation is within...
Incorporated in that, correct. As is, by the way, how many spaces? Roughly 200, something like that, from Atlantic Aviation's operation. We're trying to consolidate parking into this facility and clean up some of that.
So some of the fixed base operation parking moves over here?
The existing.
Existing, okay.
Okay, so this alternative is one of the more simple alternatives. It's got a fairly basic, box depicted here. This is by no means intended to be the design. It's just the square footage. It shows a concourse, entrance, ticketing, lobby area. None of these are all schematic drawings, so we haven't done any internal space planning yet. Some of them suggest themselves readily, but others, as in this case, it's just basically a box that's saying, here's all the terminal functions within this space. So it's got a pretty simple circulation system that comes through and exits here. And in fact, since this is surface, you wouldn't even have to do this loop. You can come straight across here and come through and still have enough curb front. If you compare the curb front here, to what the potential is here, you can see that it's more, actually. So that is alternate number 1. This is number 2, and there's a couple variations on this theme, and the difference here is that where the building is extending closer to the highway, and in this case we have this sort of, arrow-shaped lobby area, if you will, that would probably be, baggage claim, ticketing, so the reception portions of the terminal. But it extends toward the highway in order to shorten the relationship between this transportation hub that we're showing, which is, part and parcel of a connection, the grade-separated connection from either side of the highway that is currently in the process of being looked at by the county. And as I understand it, they're in the process of selecting consultants to evaluate this grade-separated pedestrian crossing. We also show in this one a circulation loop on this side, which would probably be the commercial vehicle, shuttle vans, taxis, et cetera. And then here you can see a very simple depiction of the circulation related to the parking garage. So that's the basic concept there. Any questions before I move on with this one?
Is it conceived that there would be a traffic light for that commercial circulation over there?
You know, I think the assumption is that there's probably going to be a need for a light here.
I may be able to answer that, because that's part of what happens. First, you do the access control plan to figure out your points of access, and then further engineering is done to figure out what type of intersection or movement would be appropriate for the traffic volumes once those access points are selected. And so that's probably a little bit beyond the scope of this. So there would be a traffic control device, but whether it's a signaled intersection or roundabout or such, we'd need to figure out with further traffic engineering.
The spacing between these two intersections is such that they're reasonably close in terms of two signalized intersections. So, you know,
yeah.
Be careful.
Jack, you had your hand up there.
Yeah, and I certainly understand this is conceptual, but the last time the BOCC met relative to the access control plan, we indicated that we wanted to see the down valley entrance further down valley. So this is what this is, but this is not consistent with what we determined as a concept because we wanted more information coming back. And I don't know if it really changes specifically, but we know traffic is going to go down valley, Snowmass, and down valley, and Aspen. And we felt it might make sense to separate it.
And to be clear,
but that's another process.
These aren't set in stone for us. We basically, our positions thus far has been, show us where you want us to access, we'll figure it out. And that's still our position today.
And that's why I called it a concept.
Okay.
So this is concept number 3, and this is a variation on the last one where we have a portion of the building that extends closer to the highway in order to shorten that distance for transit users. Also, it has a closer relationship with the parking so that there's a assumed stairway connection here to get people from the parking garage into the facility. Again, this is a very simple representation of the circulation. So, any questions about this one before we move on?
Well, the one observation I'd kind of make on this one, and it may carry over to some of those other ones, is that reserve area on the right, it's something that you can see having your buildings have some good visuals and glass and looking out towards the mountains. But if that reserve area ends up being surface parking later, you're going to end up creating a building with views that are very yucky. I think that getting to know a little more about what may or may not happen in the reserve area is going to be really important as we try to pick the concepts and say what are the pluses of it, and if the pluses is the visual orientation and the character, and yet it then ends up being surrounded by cars, it's not quite the same.
And one thing that I would point out is that the view toward, Buttermilk Highlands is kind of this way. And so I think most of the thinking with respect to views, although the views in all directions are beautiful, we've sort of been thinking that this is a primary visual axis, but, this is also toward town.
Yeah, it depends on whether you're embarking or arriving in terms of where you see the most, really.
And I think it's important just to jump in here because of kind of how these concepts surfaced from our charrettes and then the feedback that we've gotten recently. These really would probably be best described as sketches. Yeah. We really wanted these to be still in kind of rough form so that they can be easily massaged. People could say, gee, I like this part of this one and I like this part of this idea, and that we could just start the dialogue. And what our focus is going to be as we kind of move forward is to start to narrow these concepts down through kind of a funneling process. So that's why we built these without a lot of finish work, if you will. But I think your point's well taken, Rachel, that how the other space around it is accounted for is another step we should do.
Okay, so next we have alternative number 4. And This one is similar to the last. It's a somewhat simplified building in as much as, this would be sort of the entrance from a transit system, if you will, probably ticketing and baggage, and then you'd have, security, and then we have this sort of concourse, which is slightly separate from the building on the aircraft side. And here again, parking the parking structure is adjacent to the building, so there's a connection assumed here.
I'll just make one last comment, because knowing it's very conceptual, these are sketches, everything else, what goes in the orange blob or the sea green color we have there of the terminal, it'd be real important to understand where the distance is from the parking to the ticketing. Yeah. Because that if it's all the way over in that block, it may accommodate the transit real well, but if you're parking at that far side of the garage, that could be a pretty long hike, and you'd have to go through a lot of the terminal to get to that. And so I think that those circulation issues, to me, make it hard to pick a best set of concepts to take to the next level if I don't understand how far the walk is, or would there be a surface drop-off to sky check your bags and then go back and park? Does that require an extra circulation loop or what? But especially given the loads of bags that people come in with ski gear and everything.
Yeah, and those details are kind of in the next step. But, one of the things I can tell you is that this scale, which is difficult to see here, is 150 feet. So you can kind of do some multiples of that to get a sense. Okay. So this is the first of four alternatives that we're going to look at that are various iterations of retrofitting the existing terminal building to accommodate the need identified, equivalent to that 80,000 square feet that you saw in those future new terminal concepts. And so this one is probably the most aggressive, if you will, in as much as it's got additions on the Aspen side, it's got additions on the Down Valley side, and in addition in the front as well. And so what you're going to notice here is that because the building has remained more or less in the location of the present building, that the relationship, to the transportation hub, which is located here, it's a little bit longer than the other concepts as much as they were pushed forward. But we've got in this case we've got the underground parking directly in front of the building, and in this location. And this was not. I will say that none of the alternatives that you're going to see, these next four, including this one, were very popular. The guys that were manning the booths with these alternatives weren't as busy as the others. And I don't know if you have any questions about this before I move on, but that's the first of these four. They sort of get gradually less aggressive in terms of how much is added to that existing building. So this is the next one. In this case, all of the addition occurs on the highway side of the building, which shortens that distance. And also you're going to notice that for these various concepts, that this transportation hub and this connection to that move along the highway based on the fact that we are now, in the current location of the building. The alternatives that you saw before, which were over here, tended to have that, that connection over here somewhere. And that is, something that will evolve as we understand more about the outcome of the pedestrian crossing and the outcome of the RT station, et cetera.
Tim, but these still represent, at this point, 80,000 square feet?
Correct. On one floor.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is concept number 7. And this one, these next two are quite similar. This one does show some amount of addition to the building in order to accommodate some of the needs that have been identified, with an additional concourse that comes out and allows more ease of access for the aircraft. And again, this connection is relatively close to Baltic Avenue, and this is the parking, which is very definitely right out front again in this alternative. And then this is the last of the remodel alternatives, and this is the simplest one, or the one that would be easiest to phase, and that is because we're essentially just talking about adding a concourse to the front of the existing building, and obviously there would probably be substantial internal rearrangements, as much as we're all familiar with the limitations of that existing facility. But construction-wise, on the external, it's a relatively simple addition. And again, here's that connection.
Real quick, it seems like all of the ones that don't use the existing building tend to move the terminal up valley.
Correct.
Are you considering a scrape and replace as well for the? What's the advantageousness of having that terminal up valley as opposed to building a new one where the existing terminal is?
Scrape and replace means you don't have an airport for 3 years.
Yeah.
So it's basically a phasing operation issue.
That's to have two buildings, one building that can operate while you're building the other building.
Right. And in fact, I didn't mention this as I went along, but I'm going to go back just a couple to talk about this for a second. If you look at this one, all of these can be phased. And for example, this piece of concourse could be built to help with the hold room and access to aircraft, while this remained functional and this was being built, and then you could demolish this and keep that piece of concourse. And most of them have that sort of flexibility in terms of how they're laid out.
Tim, what does the blue mean?
The blue, I'm sorry. This area represents additional aircraft apron pavement in order to accommodate the additional aircraft parking and maneuvering space to make this function for the aircraft.
I see.
So each one has sort of a different requirement in terms of how much space needs to be added in terms of aircraft apron in order to accommodate the aircraft.
Okay, and indicated before that we have accommodated up to 8 planes, and now this is 10.
Mm-hmm.
We've actually had up to 8 planes at one time?
We have. As a matter of fact, the winter before last, we had to tell the carriers we couldn't take another flight because we'd actually run out of room. And even with that, we had airplanes double stacked. And so we had a second row of airplanes closer to the taxiway runway system. And it was really problematic and something that concerned us, because people had to walk between the first row of airplanes to get to the second row of airplanes, because they had to leave first or the inside row couldn't leave. So the challenges exist today relative to the amount of space we have to work with.
And is it somewhat safe to assume that in any of these scenarios, building the underground parking is going to have to be a first phase to then free up the ground spacing and the circulation, whether you're expanding the existing terminal outward or doing a new terminal? I mean, maybe not with the new terminal, but it just kind of looked a little like, on at least some of the designs, I don't know how the cars would access the terminal, or whether the terminal was going into the existing lanes pretty heavily.
Well, you're way ahead of us, but I think your observation is a strong one, because the phasing, depending upon what and how concepts move forward, construction plan, should we make that decision to go forward, would be a key part about how we operate the airport and making sure that access takes place. And I do not envision any scenario we've talked about here to close the airport again. That's a question I get periodically in the community, and so the intent is to do it in such a way that the airport remains functional, and we probably have the pardon your dust kind of signs up and some temporary wall kind of things, but whatever ends up coming forward, and the construction plan would have to incorporate how we're to stay in operation.
Yeah, so in all of these scenarios, we still meet the FAA standard about what's the
building restriction
the
line.
center separation line, the 320 feet, which was moderated? I mean, obviously that's a redundant question almost, but it just seemed like we're starting to encroach. So I wondered.
They all meet expectations relative to every FAA safety criteria. Some of them have some different operational issues that'll have to be worked out. For example, this one with the pointer, if you go to the airplane closest to the bottom of the page, if that airplane got pushed back away from the gate with the tug or whatever, which would be a change to our current operations, they might have to call the tower to get clearance to push that airplane back into the taxiway to be able to make the turn. So there are operational issues, there's other considerations that we'll use as kind of filters to kind of narrow down these concepts and try to understand them better. Our intent here was to take that feedback we got from the community in a grassroots level, let the planning process percolate up, and then we're now to that kind of stage where the professionals and others will start to kind of break those things down into what really makes sense. How can we make this functional and do what the community's asked of us? So that's kind of the phase. We're about to leap into that next deeper layer of understanding of the project.
Yeah, and relative to Rachel's comment about building the underground parking first, whatever, that's, your answer was basically you don't know because you don't have a project. Because my thinking in economics, for me, drive a whole lot of this is maybe we leave surface parking and do underground the latter phase. I don't know how all this works, but that financing is a big deal here. And that's a future phase of this study.
Exactly. We'll get to that slide here in short order, kind of talking about how these things start to go from here.
So there's one more alternative, and this one actually is a new terminal alternative as well. And this one is a variation, albeit substantially different than the others that we saw that had sort of a portion of the building extending toward the highway. This one contemplates a fairly significant transportation hub portion of the building, which is right out adjacent to the highway, and presumably a location where, a BRT station would be, other transit would be, etc. And then immediately adjacent to that, we're showing baggage claims. So you enter the system, you come in here, drop off, check your bags. This is assumed to be like a glass hallway that would go, through this sort of plaza area to a, ticketing with security here, concourse, and then out to the aircraft. So this is probably the most unusual, and this concept kind of breaks the functions of the airport into pieces, and kind of distributes them through the site.
Tim, would you address the issue of Highway 82 setbacks? We had a corridor setback.
Correct.
And it was adjusted, I think.
Yeah, the setbacks under zoning have changed from 200 feet to 100 feet, but before the zoning changed, the land use code changed from 200 feet to 100 feet, we came in with the 2004 master plan and requested a 100-foot, and were granted a 100-foot setback. So the current setback, both under the land use code and under the current master plan, is a 100-foot setback. And not only is this piece, but probably a portion of that piece within that.
Within the 100?
Within the 100. So, this one is somewhat unusual and breaks a few rules, but also has some interesting advantages. And it expresses probably one of the things that we heard in the charrette, which was that if you're going to try and accommodate transit, there's some things that you need to do. You need to try and relieve people of their luggage as soon as possible. And if you can't penetrate the site with, transit or get closer to the highway, then try and make that connection between a transit hub and the terminal facility as short as possible and or as pleasant as possible. So this is one of the ways in which that was explored.
Do we have any statistics relative to the amount of, or the number of people that actually access transit from the airport, meaning with baggage?
We probably don't.
We don't have a good feel for that. There was a lot of feedback that they wanted to make sure that when we did this conceptual work, that was accounted for, and to do it so that it really did fit. you'll notice on this particular design, the traffic flow goes clockwise. And that's so that you would always drop off, for example, if you're up at baggage claim toward the top, you'd always have your passengers closest to the curb side. And if you were coming down to do drop-off down below, the same thing would happen because you'd be exiting to the right. So this concept is probably needing, like many of them, would need a lot more kind of finished touches to bring it to focus. But I thought it was more the most creative of the concepts out there.
And one of the
it was
more popular
reasonable.
ones.
Yeah, and it was well received as a rule.
Yeah, I can see working to further refine a concept like this. I wonder, with the constantly changing TSA recommendations, if there's going to be a point at which they say, no, you can't bring automobile traffic in that close or that much to the core of your operations because we don't get to screen every car, and it's one thing to say keep your traffic moving. It's another thing if we start having to have car checks, they get within X perimeter of the main lobby or X perimeter of the terminal. And so I would, just be a little nervous about that part.
Well, there's a number of guidelines already in place, and so part of that sorting process will take place as well. The TSA does have some requirements today that bomb blast resistance and some of those kind of things for terminal buildings. So that would have to be understood as we consider choices.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to the general aviation concepts, and we have 4 of them. As Tim mentioned, the first concept is just to orient you. Wrong button. Orient you again, Highway 82. And it really is making the most efficient utilization of the east side of the airfield. So essentially the area where general aviation is focused now. Some of the things that are added are aircraft storage hangars, an enclosing of the patio hangars, and there is a second fixed base operator that's located in this area. A few other things that we're suggesting could be reconfigured in that area to make it maybe flow a little bit better, but that's really what we're doing with concept 1 is we're focusing our attention on the east side. It's important to note that this does not meet all of the projected needs that we had presented to the Board of County Commissioners in the earlier stages of the study, but it does. We felt that it was important to focus on trying to make the most of that area as a standalone concept.
Is there any coding on this of what is a new building versus what is existing, or they're just all different types of buildings and spaces?
These would all be new buildings. This would be a relocated, what is now Atlantic, which is in this area. This would become parking apron, and that would be relocated there. And then you have the hangars adjacent to that and right along the highway. This would be a small second fixed base operator building with some apron adjacent to it, and then an enclosing of the patio shelters. There's also some automobile parking stuck in behind there as well. So those are the new items.
And would this be particularly dependent on relocating the parking to the new underground structure? Because it looks like that new relocated FBO is where there's long-term parking now, or right in the middle of the berm and some of that.
That's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. So some of these are definitely dependent on the relocated parking first.
Yes.
Thank you.
And is the setbacks 100 feet or more?
That's
the
the
new
purple
buildings?
line.
The purple line is 100 foot.
Purple line on this one.
Yeah, that's that setback. So the only thing you have that's really penetrating that would be that automobile parking to support the fixed base operator.
You know, I'm going to ask one more question just because I think it might carry through to your others. But why enclosing the patio buildings? Is there a demand for that? It just seems like that will really create a very lengthy wall of buildings along Highway 82.
That came from a number of the occupants of the building, in that it doesn't really protect the airplanes overall. It does from some sun and such, but the snow still gets in there. It still requires them to do de-icing because the snow blows in from the sides. That kind of thing was what kind of drove that portion of the conversation.
Would that become a heated building then, as well as enclosed?
I don't know that level of detail has been thought about, but I think for most people that I believe I heard from, it was more cold storage. It was trying to keep the moisture off the airplane and out of the ice out of the hinges and that kind of stuff that could be of concern. So that was the thought process.
Okay, thank you.
I'd also point out in this that the various concepts contemplate more than one FBO, but that's not to be presumed necessarily for. It was more about number of slides and discussion purposes than it was to presume an outcome or an end position.
Thank you.
The second concept does things a little bit differently on the east side, and it is suggesting a second fixed base operator with a larger aircraft parking ramp adjacent to it, and so the existing patio shelters would be raised under this concept, and those users, the smaller general aviation, would be relocated to the west side in a series of T hangars and small conventional hangars. Once you decide to do anything on the west side, that comes along with it the need to add a partial parallel taxiway. You don't have to go from runway end to runway end based on the way traffic flows, but you would need to bring that taxiway up as far as you're going to be proposing that development so that the aircraft can enter and exit the runway.
A question. Under this scenario, with a second FBO on the east side, relocated patio shelters, does the second FBO pay for the relocation and the new taxiway?
We haven't dug that deep into that scenario, but that's a possibility. You may recall the patio shelters were built and they were considered to be temporary structures along the way. So how this transition or how many years it takes to make that transition wasn't done to this point.
Yeah, and I can understand that, and I'm not really connected to this point, the actual patio shelters, but who pays for all of that infrastructure? That's my question.
That would be to determine.
And that's future, but bring it up now so you know we're thinking.
Yeah. And that also kind of raises for me on the second taxiway, with the expansion project, we were able to get the closed circuit video viewing of the end of the runway so that the control tower would be able to see what's going on all the time. Would this then have to have the same FAA approval and the same closed circuit, and would we end up with people in the tower watching a lot of different screens, or would this be within line of sight from the existing control tower?
I think from the modeling that I saw, and you're a little, once again, a little ahead of the level of analysis, but it is that the existing cameras should be able to see that area. We did a number of modeling techniques back when that all kind of came together to look at what they could see and where they would see it on the airport, and so it's a great question. We'll need to follow up on it, but my initial response is it's probably workable from the existing system.
Okay, well, I think that would be a really critical component. I mean, obviously, we're all concerned about the safety of the operations, but we're not quite a pilot program for that, but we're one of the first in the country with that sort of system, and I don't want to overextend its bounds.
Yeah, we actually were the first in the nation with it, so yeah, we cut trail on that one.
All right, moving on to concept number 3. This one really focuses the attention exclusively on the west side of the airfield, with, again, a partial parallel taxiway, very similar to the one in concept 2, and fixed base operation that would be located in near proximity to the airport operations center, with, I think I might be losing the battery, here we go, with aircraft storage buildings along here and here, and then a large aircraft parking apron right in front of the hangars.
Keep your fingers over the bottom of it.
Is that what I'm doing?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Much better.
I take cameras that way.
Yeah, shouldn't say much photography. So this, one of the features of this concept is that we have assumed that all the automobile parking, maybe you see the driveways going into the hangar buildings, would be underneath the buildings. So there'd be very limited visible auto parking under this concept.
And that comes from Owl Creek Road?
That's correct. The entrance to the Airport Operations Center is actually stubbed out right at this point, and so that road would continue down to feed the users in that area. We would not, based on the level of utilization, would not consider that to be very high traffic area, but that is where it would come off of Owl Creek Road. All right, and then the fourth concept really builds on concept number 3, and this is a little bit more of a full build out of the west side. I'll point out a few features that we tried to be very careful and take into consideration some of the comments that the public had about developing on the west side, and that has to do with trying to do as much as you can to shelter some of these buildings from views. So, for example, you'll see these hangars here, a portion of them are not colored, and those would actually be bunkered into the hillsides. We're just transitioning into more of a three-dimensional planning phase where we're continuing to tweak that a little bit more to maximize, or actually to reduce as much as possible the visibility of any of these buildings from some of the key view sheds, Highway 82 being one of them, and McLean Flats and Starwood being a few of the others that we know are some sensitive areas. But again, this is adding more aircraft storage, both in the form of small airplane T-hangars and then the larger airplane conventional hangars, and of course the associated ramp and taxiways. Where Concept 3 stayed away from Owl Creek, this one has 2 points, 2 places where it would cross Owl Creek, and so that would require some mitigation and likely culverting of that creek to cross it. Just a couple of things I wanted to point out.
Now, on these concepts on the west side, the fueling still stays on the east side?
You would conduct fueling operations on this side as well.
I think a lot of work would have to go into the fuel tank storage underground, given the proximity to Owl Creek. I'm sure that we always want to make sure our fuel tanks don't leak, but it strikes me that that's a little close there. And in all these, I can see you have the little historic structures from the Barney Ranch on the site, and I really I think you're going to end up with them more exposed than they are now, certainly more visible if you're doing anything on the west side. And it might be something that breaks some of the modernness of it. So looking to say what would it take to rehab or stabilize those structures as historic structures would be a real important component on any west side activities to me.
Are these one-story buildings?
These, for the types of airplanes that are going to be stored there, these are going to roughly be about 40 feet tall.
Fueling is generally done by mobile units, isn't it? It's not, yeah.
And I'm just not as
Yeah.
familiar with the operations, but I'm thinking, do they have to go back and forth across the runways to fuel up near their storage area? Or where is the fueling? It just doesn't seem like there's aprons for actual ramping up and getting them ready, and where the people walk out and load onto the jets or the private planes.
From an operational standpoint, you would not have fueling trucks crossing the runway.
I didn't think so. And so, so the fuels would all be moved to the side under this plan.
Well, it could be. There could be fuel tanks put in on the west side, or you could take advantage of what's on the east side, either by expanding the capacity or whatever. There is a current perimeter road that goes around the airport to avoid the runway and taxiway system. What would happen there is it hasn't been developed yet.
Yeah, I can see where each one of these is going to need a little bit of or the ones that advance, a verbal description, some sort of outline about how operationally it works, because just the thought of the little fueling thing going back and forth around the perimeter road in a blizzard on a regular basis, on people trying to get out on New Year's Day, it starts to sound like that's a drawback well beyond the physical constraints.
Any other questions on concept 4? All right. Well, the last thing we wanted to talk about, unless you wanted to engage in additional discussion about the concepts themselves, is where we're going to take these. Where do we go from here? And as you can see by now, this is very much an iterative process where we continually refine what we're doing, and we're continuing to check in with the community and with this board on the concepts that we're developing. We're now going to begin a little bit more of a formal refinement of the concepts and a more formal evaluation of them against a set of criteria. What we've done so far, just to sort of get the dialogue going, is we've listed pros and cons, things that we like or don't like, and we've also noted things that the public likes or doesn't like about certain concepts. But now we're going to run them through what is a pretty typical list of evaluation criteria, starting, of course, with safety and operational factors. Everything that we're doing in this master plan ultimately is we look through a sustainability lens to see what sort of impacts there are on the continued operation of a facility. In the case of a terminal building, what sort of green features can be built into different concepts. Environmental impacts that may be the result of implementing some of the concepts is something that we'll dive into a little bit further. And then the economic factors, what do these things cost? I'll explain that a little bit more, because our initial screening of that will be more of a relative comparison of the cost of implementing different concepts relative to each other. Once we get down to a smaller number of concepts, then we'll run those through a full financial feasibility analysis, including a cash flow analysis, to get a little bit closer to answering the question of what's affordable. So that's ultimately where that economic piece is going. So we sort of refer to this as kind of a funnel. We've got quite a few concepts in front of us right now. We've got great input from the community, and now we're going to take that back and fine-tune the concepts themselves and begin evaluating them a little bit more rigorously to come back to the community and share the additional information that we've gleaned from them, or how we may have taken, say, the best from a couple of different terminal concepts and maybe combined them into one better concept. So I think you're going to see some of that as we get closer to a set of preferred concepts. So that the next time you see us out here, we're still not going to be at a decision point yet. There's still additional check-ins with the community and with yourselves, so that you can see how we're progressing, and we'll gauge the comfort level that you have with the concepts, and it'll be a smaller number of concepts that we'll be dealing with, ultimately narrowing down to you really having to make a choice at some point. But we're a little ways off from that. We've got a lot of additional information that we need to pull together from this point on as we go from the more rough concepts to much more refined. And that's what you'll be seeing from us in the next installment.
Jim?
A comment. From the terminal side, we're anxious today to hear your thoughts and concerns, and to the extent that you may be ready to help us understand if there are some of these 9 alternatives that you think we no longer need to analyze to the next level. And so I'd like to open it up for your thoughts on that idea.
Zach's ready to comment.
Yeah, my brain computed a few things, and basically where I have to start from is what we've heard initially about community feedback and character, etc. Low profile is, I think, integral to what we're going to do. We want to make a statement, but we don't have to advertise it as, the new version of the Empire State Building here or something. And I don't have specifics because we need a lot more work, but I'm inclined to believe clearly we go and build, plan for a new terminal. There's no reason to take a sow's ear and try to make it into a velvet purse. And plus operational, I think that's really critical. I like the idea of new, operate, and try, there'll be disturbance, of course, but it's most functional. I can eliminate almost all of the options for your terminals. I'm back down to 5, I think, now, because I've eliminated 4. I like the first one. The low-key, low-profile, it's more of a rectangle. It doesn't, as you're coming up Highway 82, have some structure hitting you in this face. It's more parallel to the road. I don't like the things that extend out and, the transit component is what it's been called. I'm not too in favor of that. There should be a way to link that in a desirable way without having buildings. I've thought all along, and Rachel brought it up, very important, about the future and being able to drive vehicles like we do now, how nice and convenient it is. The future, who knows? I'm inclined to believe it won't be there, and we ought to be thinking about that today, and maybe how to massage a plan where it could evolve even. I don't know how to do that, but I'm very concerned about building all that underground parking and the cost. A new terminal is absolutely desirable and somewhat necessary, to move forward into the 21st century. So I'm way into that. All that underground parking, I'm just not sure about, and that's why I had brought up earlier about phasing, and maybe we have the surface parking and evolve into that, and especially as this community hopefully can face the challenge of what Highway 82 and the entrance to Aspen is, and the potential future transit connection with the corridor that we reserved, going all the way back to, what was it, 94 or whatever, 96, whenever the record of decision came out, and all of that. So obviously you all as a team and members of the public appear to be aware too that not only what we do today, but it has to be able to link with what we do in the future or evolve to. But I way like the idea of simple and low-key. So you don't have to do a lot of study for me.
Then you have the challenge of doing actually the new terminal, so that's a new process.
Okay. Michael?
I agree with Jack. I think you can eliminate the remodel of the existing terminal and just begin anew with a new terminal. One of the things that worries me is there's been mention of BRT and transit hub, and it's the definition of what that transit's going to be. BRT really wasn't designed to be an airport transportation system, and I foresee BRT being full most of the time. So to tell people that you're going to get on the BRT system to get into town, it's just unrealistic. So I think that you need to define what transportation you're talking about. And what I see is an Aston transportation system and a Snowmass transportation system that is built around the schedule at the airport, not around a commuter schedule. And that has to be part of the equation at this. You have these undefined transportation hubs, and I'm not sure what those are, along with private transportation and how that integrates into the system. Because really an airport's about movement, whether it's movement in the air or movement on the ground. And if you encourage people to go out and catch a commuter bus with baggage, I just don't see if that's possible, quite frankly. So that's one of the things that worries me. And in terms of the terminals, and I actually don't see that much difference between any of them. A terminal, if there's one story, I don't really care what the shape is. It's how do you get in there, how do you ticket, and how do you get to your plane, and how do you relieve the stress of travel within that structure. That's what's important. Not the shape of the structure, but the movement within the structure. So that's where I'm at right now. Oh, and actually, the underground parking, that project will be the biggest underground parking project that this valley has ever seen. So it's concerning. I think you have to justify it somehow and say, like Jack's saying, begin with surface parking and then move into underground parking. I don't know how you justify 1,500 buried parking spaces. It's never happened before. And so you're going to meet resistance there. I don't think you'll meet resistance to a new terminal, but you'll meet resistance to parking, that kind of parking structure, which will be, in essence, essentially more of a project than the terminal itself. So, it's problematical. And that's what I'm saying.
I want to take a little privilege of weighing in before you, Rob, just because I have a contrarian viewpoint on the transportation issue. And that is that I don't think we can think about transportation in our airport the way we may have thought about it in 1990 and 2000 and even 2010. I look at this as a master plan that's going to put us out in 230 and 240 and further. And to that end, I think we should get to a point where people can have their baggage delivered to their hotel, and they're practically ticketed through to their hotel. And so they're not going to be jumping on the BRT necessarily with all their baggage, but that they may be jumping on the BRT and knowing their baggage is going to be delivered to their hotel, and that type of system moving forward. I also, as much work has gone into the BRT, and as supportive as I am of the BRT, I see the BRT as a first phase in a better transportation system at some point in time. And that there's always been this, upgradability, desirability, that there may be a point where the BRT terminates in Brush Creek and people transfer to a light rail system. and that the buses, given the numbers that I remember that would be required from the record of decision on the entrance to Aspen to handle all the future growth and the transportation and travel needs, if you're really going to keep to the type of goals that Aspen has had as a separate set of goals for how much traffic is in town, whether it's 30,000 cars a day or 45,000 cars a day, the number of buses and the frequency they'll be departing Ruby Park are like every 3 or 4 minutes, and that there will be a crossover point between the efficiency of what a BRT can deliver and what it would deliver to be interlined with a light rail system. And so I don't want to foreclose those opportunities, and I don't want our project as it goes forward to be perceived by the public as being one of the single greatest traffic generators in the Upper Valley, perhaps next to the ski areas. And we tell the ski areas you have to do transit, and we tell the hotels you have to do transit, and we ask all of our everything else to be transit oriented, but on the airport, transit becomes an afterthought because it just doesn't work with how we do it today. This is about how we do it in 2030. And so the transportation component is incredibly important to me. That doesn't mean I'm driven to one of the designs that pushes it all the way out to the airport. I would agree with Jack's comment. This transit can be hooked through a glass skyway type of concept, on the ground skyway, not something above and elevated. There could be all sorts of different ways that happens. But for me, both BRT and the airport would be a bit of a failure if they don't provide for the transportation needs of some percentage of our airport users. And I think that that would be really important. And we talk about getting away from the cost of all this extreme underground parking or having to use these reserve areas for future overflow parking. It will only happen if we have a great transportation connection. And I'll be the first to say we're not used to seeing that in America. In America, you usually have to catch a shuttle over to the rail station 10 miles away, or God knows what. But in European airports, all the time, you pick up transit right then and there, and it's readily available. And I think that we should be looking forward that way. Back to your designs, I also would say I think that for comparison's sake, we should take one of the rehab of the old terminal concepts forward. And I would particularly say, I think the new concourse. I mean, we may be in a situation where we're getting to do this in 2 years or 4 years or whatever, and the money just isn't there through the FAA, the money and the matching grants, everything like that. And so rather than go forward and design for the best, which I'd be happy to see a new terminal myself tomorrow, I think we'd be foolish not to have, for comparison's sake, this new concourse, which would also give us some retrofit room in the old airport, as I would understand it. And so maybe it's even a modification off of that. But no, I don't think trying to even out the jagged lines and square off the building would be anybody's dream. But I think for comparison's sake to both the public and the FAA and ourselves for the dollars and our own local match portion of that dollars, which may be 20% instead of 5% or something like that as we go forward, it's going to be really, really important. I do like Jack's concept of the parallelness to the road, that it doesn't stand out, but I would not be hinged into just one concept of that. I could see some of these others. And when we do go to evaluating it, I think you're already planning on it, but the item of how does the internal circulation work really is going to matter to me. Just like Michael had really doubled down on his comment, it's the comfort and ease and movement within the airport. And to that end, having some idea of whether it's circular nodes or what, so that, the classic example right now is the city market cashier lanes, which are terrible, and no one likes them. And it's like they didn't plan for Christmas week when people come through with 3 carts of groceries and they're supposed to self-load them onto a 1-foot square. It's a disaster. And so the internal workings of that terminal is going to be as important for us to evaluate as the schematic layout.
Does that also apply to vehicular circulation, I assume?
I think at least some good working concepts on that. And for me, I love the idea of having a nice grassy plain on top of the underground parking. But I have to question whether cost-wise having one layer of surface parking and then some undergrounding is going to be more financially feasible for us. I'd love to get it all out of sight, out of mind. My understanding is it's around $70,000 per space for an underground spot. And if we end up going 2 layers deep with a surface layer as opposed to 3 layers deep with a grassy plain, that could be a $10 million differential on this project. And so I think we need to look at that as well. Those are my main comments now, Rob.
Yeah, I would agree with the kind of consensus that a new terminal versus retrofitting the old terminal seems to be the direction to go. I emphasize function over form. Things like safety, usability, traffic flow through these terminals. You look at these aerial floor plans of these long, narrow concourses that look kind of glamorous like airports. They seem more expensive and maybe not the best functioning compared to other layouts. Although I'm not the airport expert, but I would direct the focus groups into thinking about function more than thinking about form and having some sort of elegant landscape thing. I think that was one of the feedback issues that you said, which nobody wants a landmark, gary, architectural designed airport. We want a functional airport that we can all use. I also have some questions about the master plan, the timeline for this, and how that's kind of coordinating into everything. This is a 20-year master plan that's hopefully going to be wrapped up in the coming months, but is this something that we're planning on building, in the next 5 years, 10 years, or is this just a dream? If the opportunity comes down the road, because as Rachel said, there are some immediate needs, I think, in the existing building. So having something that kind of connects to that existing building, I think that makes sense, determining on how much money we're going to be able to get and what our abilities are to have the matching to the FAA grant and those sorts of things. So having that be considered in this master plan process, I think, is really crucial. So we may not be able to have that route of let's just build a whole new structure and then tear down the old one. We may have to combine them based on what the realities of finances are and what the realities of functionality and continuing operations are, whether or not we're going to be able to make it 10 more years with our existing facility or another 15 years with our existing facility.
I think those are really good points, and I think we've seen a return of passenger traffic at the airport that exceeds pre-9/11, which is fairly rare for airports across the country. We've had several years of fairly stable growth, single digits, high to mid single digits. And I think all of you that have done that tour and the public that have come to the airport to do the tour have recognized that there's some fundamental issues that building suffers with that are behind the scenes as well as the ones that are very visible to all our customers. And so, I guess in terms of timeline, I think that putting this program together is extremely well placed, in that we've got some decisions that will be made. We always have the do-nothing choice of saying, okay, we're going to continue to live with what we have and try to find a way to continue to hold it together. But if we kind of know where we're going, and I always kind of boil down these master plans to one really key point: you're protecting options by protecting space. And so if we've done that in this master plan over the next number of months, we'll always keep the community options in front of us, and then the best decisions can be made. And if that's a progressive build or some other kind of concept, that we really have kept those options in front of the community, and for this board and future boards to think about and work through and match up to the community's goals. So that's, if we do nothing else in this process, we're protecting our future.
We're going to take a few more board comments, and then I have seen that some members of the public have sat through this patiently. It is a work session. It's not normally scheduled for public comment, but we will take a few very brief public comments after we finish with board comments. And my last one will be, I hope you continue to do some of those airport tours throughout the summer. for people who did not yet to get to see the back of house and some of the issues. I think the continuing public education, while our experts are out working in their offices, is going to be an important component for you, Jim. I saw Michael's hand and then Jack as well.
Rachel, I agree with you. The biggest impediment to skiing is skis and boots. And that if you have to carry those around, it's hard. And so to eliminate baggage handling at the source at the airport and have it transported to your destination, I think that's great, and I'm a promoter of that. And all I was suggesting in terms of BRT, separating the current BRT project from airport transportation, was that it wasn't designed to handle airport presentation as it stands now. And so it'd be fine if Aspen and Snowmass contributed a BRT bus or whatever is necessary and use the BRT type system as part of RAFTA. But you can't expect RAFTA to be driven by development at the airport, because that's not, it's a multi-jurisdictional deal, and we have expressly said we don't want to be driven by development, whether it's outside of Glenwood or, in this case, outside of Aspen. So that's the problematical part of it. And I think, both Aspen and Snowmass, and I mentioned Snowmass because they need that transportation, Aspen needs that transportation. The BRT guideway or pathway and system is available to them, but the financing is really going to have to be up to them, it seems to me. You can't ask BRT to promote Aspen's tourism. So it's a financing question.
We need a work session on that as well then, because we've given all our transportation dollars to BRT. We haven't reserved much to ourselves.
But BRT is a commuter system, and in terms of 2030, the flow of traffic might be towards Rifle and Grand Junction rather than up here.
Yeah.
To plan out and to say BRT now has to be designed.
Why don't we take the station out then? I mean, if we're saying it's going to be there.
I'm not saying take the station out. What I'm saying, Rachel, is that Aspen and Snowmass need to participate in that transportation system for their needs, because those needs might not be coincidental with BRT needs. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, I have a hard time separating the needs when, again, we're paying $0.50 or more of transportation taxes into BRT, and I see people regularly at the airport, and I did for 20 years worth of delivering materials there, but people go right up to the courtesy desk and say, where do I catch the bus?
I'm not saying they can't catch a BRT bus, Rachel.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is there's going to be additional costs, and both Aspen and Snowmass have to face those costs. That's all I'm saying.
Granted.
And the penny and a half was taxes that were implemented in 1998 that were not anticipating this airport. So that's unfair to say that this airport dictates the use of those funds specifically for the expansion of this airport.
Well, that's not what I'm saying either, Michael, but the transportation funding, which we as a community passed, was done so in concert with a record of decision that acknowledged at that time that the airport was going to be potentially a major transportation hub and have up to hundreds, if not thousands, of intercept parking lots that also worked with Brush Creek. And I think it'd be inappropriate for BRT to ignore what was and is part of the entire highway proposal. And it was passed along. They're concurrent.
You can't use the word ignore and essentially imply that I am saying BRT will ignore the airport. I'm saying there'll be additional needs, and the Aspen and Snowmass will have to contribute to those needs. That's all.
Jack.
Yeah, and I certainly never indicated that we should ignore the evolution of transit, long as Jim said, with the terminal or anything we do, we allow for links and space to evolve. Jim, why don't you very briefly update the board or remind the board about FAA funding and terminals and parking structures. Where's that line drawn?
Well, let's start with the terminal because it's the cleanest. If it's common use space, that means areas that are not exclusively leased to the airlines, those kind of things, or rental cars, what have you, that space is eligible for federal funding. And there has been a little bit of a trend line in the last couple of years that perhaps a little more relaxation for small airports like ourselves to use federal monies. So there's the trend line. Whether that continues, I don't know if it'll be there when we go to think more seriously about construction. Areas like parking structures, unless they incorporate one of those common use kind of spaces, the parking structure would not be eligible. But if we put baggage claim or put ticketing or some other kind of system, then a portion of that could be eligible. Until we get down kind of into design and start to actually analyze this from where we stand financially, it's hard to make blanket statements. I think that the parking structure is one area that'll have to do a lot of analysis, and we're going to have to spend a lot of time understanding the financial risks that go with that construction. The same is true with the terminal building and how you progressively build it. The airlines have historically paid for terminal buildings in communities. They're not feeling all that flush these days. And so there'll be a whole negotiation layer that will happen after we get through the financial analysis and start to figure out what somebody might have to pay on a square foot basis and what happens to the cost per plane passenger. All that kind of information starts to evolve. We'll go back to the airlines and start talking along with our other tenants and look for ways to share that responsibility. And we would anticipate that we would not, as you know today, the airport does not take any general fund or sales tax dollars from the community. We don't envision a scenario where we'd recommend construction to you that would need community general fund kind of monies.
How about no levy money?
That could be a choice. What we've done in the past at the airport is that we issue revenue bonds, so that the revenue produced by the facility returns to the bondholders their investment plus a portion of interest, and doesn't become part of the general obligation of the community to pay for. Until we really start to understand these bunch of these variables, I can't point to you in one specific direction about the outcome, other than I don't anticipate a program that asks for local tax dollars to help us buy and build infrastructure.
Yeah, we wouldn't expect more. And the last thing is just a question, no answer needed, but as we evolve a plan, we need to also be thinking of, whether it's terminal or parking, thinking of operational costs. And, we see and we know the community is into, green energy and efficiency, et cetera. Rachel's point of maybe, just an example, surface parking, et cetera, the air handling system is hugely expensive, et cetera. So all those things need to be dragged along. So you've got a lot of
staffing. Yeah.
A lot of questions.
We've got an undefinable quantity of variables yet to move forward on and to help clarify this subject. But, we really have kind of taken this, and if we can come from today with some general themes that's been very helpful for us to kind of hear, that will help us tremendously as we kind of work forward and move through those countless variables, so we can come back with a plan that actually matches up to the community, seems financially doable, feels right in terms of scope and such. So, that old saying about a journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first steps. We're a few steps into that now, but it's still a distance to go.
Thank you. Rob?
Just real quickly, I'd like to re-articulate what I said in terms of, I like the idea of the new terminal and function over form is my suggestion, but having a backup plan or a separate plan, like you said, protecting your options and spaces of, using the existing terminal with how the economy goes over the next 20 years and having a plan of how to incorporate that model of a new terminal or a re-outfitting of that building, or maybe a staged, slow scrape and replace where you retrofit one area, move things over, scrape a little area, retrofit that so that you can keep existing operations going. It might be the financial way to go.
About your point, Rachel, you indicated we should go forward, and Rob reiterated, with one of the remodel addition. Was it number 8 that you were talking about, the concourse?
Yeah, that's what I had suggested, but, I'll let our experts take a look at that. I'm just similar to as Rob has articulated, and my thinking was that if you had the new concourse and then you later got rid of the old terminal, you could hook it to the new concourse or, again, remodel. I just think we need a set of options, and the public will ask us that as well later. Did you really look at remodeling the old terminal beyond the 75 people who've participated in the charrette? A lot of people out there haven't weighed in yet.
Well, as Rob articulated, a backup plan, that's really concise, and I'm looking simplicity in dollars, and the challenge we face as we evolve in runway extension and hopefully more airlines, and this is, again, more of a simple, time-limited improvement that could evolve to a new terminal, and we wouldn't have massive interruptions.
Okay, just so everyone knows, we did a couple of our memos of interest early when we had completed time, and we are supportive of the Public Safety Council dues and the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. So those 2 items have already moved forward, so we've made up a little time on our schedule there. I will take some comment on the airport master plan from the members of the public who've come here, but again, be very brief because we're a little behind schedule now. We'll start with the gentleman in the far corner, and just identify yourself for the public record, please.
My name is Eric Hietala, and I'm the Western Regional Vice President for Signature Flight Support. And I'd just like to compliment you on your master plan process. I'm a participant in that master plan, and through Jim's leadership, working with Tom, Tim, and the many other professionals, this is a process you can be very proud of. Signature operates at 104 airports around the world. I oversee 20 of those locations throughout the western United States. And having personally participated in several of these processes, this is one you could be proud of. Just wanted to share my comments.
Thank you for that. We appreciate that very much. Bill Weiner?
I guess quick background. At 16, I learned to fly an airplane. At 17, I got my license. My 4th year in college, I quit flying. My architectural thesis was on airport master planning and terminals. I got the highest grade they could award. And I've seen over 40 years some of the futuristic concepts I proposed have started to happen. I have designed an airport. I was the creator of what is known as the H plan. That's been around the country a little bit. And I live here in Aspen, and I've decided to get a little involved. First off, I've listened to this and I've changed my point of view as I hear more input and see more drawings. But I want to start with saying I can show you how to save $100 million. Does that get your attention? Okay.
It does, but you only have 2 minutes to do it.
Okay. Your number of $70,000 per parking place times 1,500 places is $105 million. That's for underground. Now, if you, and also what you and others have suggested, if we take the approach of living with the existing concourse and building the existing airport terminal and building a new concourse, which is part of the future plans of 1 through 5. Build that, use it, and then later we can build a terminal to go with it. It'll be out in front. That makes sense. Okay, the parking, where you save money. No underground parking. Lots around the property, parking lots, and a shuttle looping continuously from lot A, B, C, D back to terminal. It's all surface parking, and maybe one day it will be something more than a tired vehicle that's tires, not tired, that'll take you around. One of the stops can be a terminal for transportation in that loop. You get on that continuous loop, it can drop you off, you can take the bus to Aspen or to Snowmass. That would become kind of an intra-city, intra-valley hub. I think it's absolutely critical that the airport concourse be 2 stories. If there's ever been a place to have second-level loading, it's Aspen. We have bad weather here, and you need the protection. We have people getting on the airplane on crutches and wheelchairs, and it just doesn't work to have ground-level loading. Let's think beyond 25 years. Planning airports is so difficult, it's different than anything else, because the federal government can change a rule, and all your planning just goes out the window. Or new technology can come in. We don't know what's coming, so we do the best we can and we be flexible. Everything that we show, it's not shown on these drawings of a concourse of check-in, back claim. It should be a dotted line showing how it can be doubled in size if it needs to. That's got to be part of the criteria. And it can be done differentially with a maximum plan to twice. I've got 4 pages, but I'll stop there at those high points.
There will be multiple future public meetings.
Well, I will be gone for 2 months, so that's what we'll
Okay, I think it'll be a little more than 2 months before you guys really get back to us on this. It's just a check-in for this point. Thank you, Bill, for your comments. I can't see very well around the pillar, sir.
Fred Mosier with Atlantic Aviation, and I was on the last 20-year master plan, and pleased to be included on this uptake plan. And once again, I'm just saying this, Eric, these guys are doing great. I know this is a work session, so just introduce myself again. The only thing I can add with the transportation for the commercial part of it is I heard a comment in one of the charrettes that was addressing hotel vans utilizing the bus lane, and that's sort of an immediate fix that could help today and then progress into something later or be phased out. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. It does strike me that none of us really commented very much on any of the ABO issues. And the one comment I would have is I really think we need some sort of traffic understanding of what it would do to either Owl Creek or to Highway 82. The numbers should be fairly parallel, but the impacts could be very different depending on the 2 roads and the traffic light at Owl Creek and things like that. So we should have something that goes along with that. And Bill's point I will take to heart, that we should look a little bit as to what the parking management plan is. It's almost too easy to say, we'll have a big underground parking lot here and an elevator and that's where they go, when maybe there'd be other alternatives we'll have to consider. So we should talk a little about what is the parking management program as well. Okay, any other last thoughts from this very enlightening conversation? And we can take letters from people in the future. Any further thoughts, we certainly make sure they get to the team, but we have other people waiting for other agenda items. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ABO stuff are the same, low key, character, etc. You might notice it.
Well, please submit it, Bill. Again, this is just a work session.
West side, east side. I didn't get to say hi to you. Be careful. I don't like to say
the meeting going. No, I'm moving on to the regular situation. You have my email, so send me a brief little
Stuff is coming in. We really are not privy to is demand and projections per se, because I don't remember that if there ever was.
It's still on the website.
But also, I can't say that it interests me really, but the reality is because of legal issues, we'll need to plan for it.
So when we come back with those,
I think if these are in a specific order, and I should.
I can get
Less is better.
perfect thing if we have to find the money to build it later. Okay. So we're going to continue the meeting and try to catch up on a little time. Thanks for your patience, Nan and Mitzi. We appreciate that very much. And we are right on your item, so please feel free to come all the way up.
So you guys pulled it from the agenda? Pulled it from
Well, we already finished the other MOIs.
We did the first two, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we
One.
We didn't do this one.
we saved this one for you.
Well, thank you very much.
How's that?
Yes, I mean, it was so
They were all
bad.
over. Made you feel crazy?
It just reinforces that I.
Turn the screen off.
I think if you just close that computer, I think that's what happened last time.
We turned the Elmo off.
No, you have to turn the upper. Well, they're on
Take the powers.
But have they been there all this time? Oh, okay.
Oh, that's right, there's an announcement.
There we go.
Okay, thanks. It would the fan eventually stop.
Not sure. Whoops.
Twice, John.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to introduce this one, John, or?
Sure. What we have in front of you is a request for funding to conduct a poll. And we have Nan and Mitzi here who can speak to this a little bit more, but just for background, during our retreat, we were directed to go out and have some community discussions regarding the Healthy Community Fund renewal and options for renewal. And the first phase of that was to go out to our nonprofit partners who have been funded through the Healthy Community Fund and begin getting feedback from them. And that's largely, I think, what Nan and Mitzi are going to start off with and talk to you about. But really, it's based on the feedback that we got through those discussions that we felt maybe a poll was appropriate at this time to help us make a decision how and when to move forward with this renewal. With that, I will turn it over to the real experts on this. So.
Okay. Great. Always learning. I don't have that many budget supplementals, so you wanted me to share. So, well, Mitzi and I have held 12 at this point agency board meetings, and our experience is that the board members have some mixed feelings about moving forward or not moving forward in 2011. Unanimously, they would like to see the fund renewed. Whether it happens in 2011 or 2012, there were some varying opinions. We found a range of responses to our questions, and are aware that there's a lot of community education that we still need to do. At this point, our recommendation would be to do a poll and to test ideas of 2011, 2012, test the concept of the amount, whether we could increase it or keep it the same, and test how long we would keep the fund, renew it for 6 years, renew it for 10 years, and I think those are the main messages that we would test. the economy has created a very cautious constituency, and we want to be successful with the Healthy Community Fund, and we want to be respectful to the Pickens County taxpayers. So those are the things we're thinking, and the poll will give us more information and will help you all decide about the timing and what you want to do next and when you want to do it.
And I think some of the things that we also learned is that none of our partner agencies or none of our nonprofit agencies are saying that they're having less demand for their services. They're not forecasting less demand. They're continuing to forecast increased demands largely as a result, obviously, of this downturn. And so I think there's some indications that there may be some additional needs out in the community, and that's one of the reasons to test. We had also talked about how the county, through the human service funding, through the various grants and such we receive, we roughly have an 80-20 match. It's different for different funding streams. But that for the the level of service that we're providing now, we're overmatching that requirement. And, we had talked about would it be appropriate to talk about using some of the fund to address some of those service levels over and above what we're mandated to do as a county. Those are the types of questions that I think, especially after talking to our nonprofit partners, we don't have a lot of confidence. We have a lot of confidence that there's additional needs, and there wasn't a lot of confidence among the group that the public would be willing to support those given these uncertain times. And so that's the timing issues, 11 or 12, a better year to go out.
Yes.
I think the time is exactly right to do a survey. There's no other way to start this investigation to make a decision based on, real-time information, as it were, because the dynamic when last time we got this approved versus now has certainly changed. And there's no downplaying the economic times nor the needs that have grown. I still believe that this will pass, there's no question about it, but we have to go through the process and sell it again and answer many. This is a very well-written memo because it asks many questions of us and actually articulates some of the questions that are going to need to be answered from the public in the survey. So I fully support this. To reinforce, I'd like to know if my thinking is in keeping with, Jack has an idea, but we certainly need to reinforce and get information from who we serve, the public.
Michael?
Yeah, I support the poll too. The question for me is, what questions are going to be asked, and I think you need to bring those questions back to us, because they range from: do you support the current mill levy? Would you like to see it increased? So forth and so on. So I think that's important before because you're talking. At least here a 15-minute interview. So that's a lot of questions, it seems to me, and I don't know what any of them are. So, but I support the poll.
Okay, we have the questions from 2006, but until we decide whether or not we're going to move forward with the poll, we thought we'd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
but
we're going to tweak those questions. Right, we can work with
2006 and now are
quickly.
two different
completely different
eras.
Yes.
Completely different.
Yeah, and there's a few new questions.
Yeah.
We'll work on those.
Yeah, just some questions about the memo. First, I'm curious as to what percentage this passed by in 2002 and 2006.
In 2002 it was 72%, and in 2006 it was 71%.
My next question, and I just want to knock some of these on specific stuff in this memo. It said in regards to the outline of what was done in the past, it says, in the past, Mick Ireland has prepared the list of people. Is that common practice to have some individual prepare the list for a poll? as opposed to using our clerk's office to
I
find
don't
the list
know
of
that.
people?
I don't know. I don't know.
So I think it depends. I think the list that was prepared, and correct me if I'm wrong, is actually helping us get the list of folks who are voting in the...
Regular voters.
Yeah, regular voters.
Not
to
just
draw a
people who are
random sample
registered to vote.
From, so that we're polling
Active
folks.
voters.
Yeah,
Active
we're-
voters.
Yeah, and we could probably, use the active voter list too from the clerk's office to draw a random sample from. So I don't know why it's been done necessarily that way in the past.
Well, I think because Mick was on the board.
Yeah. So there's different ways to slice and dice that and get at that information.
It's just a matter of kind of finding the right list to start making your phone calls. My next question is, are there not potentially different types of polls that we could do, such as the city has done their entrance to Aspen website poll, internet-based versus phone calling, costs related to those, how will that tell us, what sample pool we get and statistically how valid various things are, but it'd be interesting to have that information in terms of how we conduct polls. I don't know if anybody has any information on that.
We're not the polling people.
Yeah, I can tell you that, and I think what the polling people would talk to us about is, in a poll like this, you obviously kind of want to get a stratified random sample, so you're getting a good cross-section of demographic that would likely vote. And there's weaknesses to every polling method, whether it's a telephone poll or a mail poll or an internet poll. And certainly that's something we can talk to the pollsters to see if there's been any movement in one method that gets a better stratified random sample. Historically, it's been telephone calls because you're in better control of when you hit that sampling where you want to get the cross-section that matches your demographic versus a more passive instrument like the internet or such. But certainly I think our pollsters could come back and answer that question.
Okay.
So, and that's something that we'd look at.
And then my next question is regard to a specific, and this is just new information for me, how a ballot question may be worded on an election. Because I know, like the city of Aspen, when they did their last election, there was a double question with their IRV thing. Could we not run a double ballot question in the sense of, do you want to continue the current funding of the community fund, or do you also want to increase and then have, so we don't have to put all our cards in one, all our eggs in one basket for something? Is that an option? And then we get the best with both, with both worlds. If there are enough people that want to increase it, great. My personal poll is that most people want to continue what we have, but I think we're kind of playing whether or not we can stomach an increase, whether or not the public can stomach an increase.
As the board agrees, we could put any number of questions
Yeah.
on. So that's not a staff issue per se.
Yeah.
The polling data will probably give us the grounds for a good, healthy dialogue about what we should do. And up until the August before the election, whether it's this year or next, that would be something we can continue. The real challenge with that on the surface is that if you say we'll continue, but by the way, it's only going to fund 60% of the services it used to, how do you get that message out? And so some people may get the impression, I can just vote to keep funding it the way we used to, and it's not going to be a cutback at the senior services, there's not going to be a cutback in the grants, and that's not accurate. And so that's the dialogue we need to have, and then the hard numbers of it, which will be changing as well. When property valuations are X, a certain mill levy will get you Y, and so we might not even be able to, quote, ask the same question and even continue the funding levels that we have today. So those will be things that will shake out later on. But I agree with what you're asking about, in general, be a big bar discussion. I don't know quite how you get to those through the polling questions, given that you have to explain that the same mill levy may get us more than it used to, it may get us less, and you can bring in examples of the ballot questions we've had before.
Yes, we will. We'll bring you the questions that we asked in 2006, and we will work with Fredericks on new questions that address some of these.
Oh, and I mean the actual ballot question.
Oh, the ballot question.
Yeah, so
We'll
we can
attach that. We'll bring that too.
Yeah.
The ballot question, right, it will take some crafting, so the poll will sort of help us.
Yeah, but I just want to see the previous ones, because I'm trying to remember, was it to a specific dollar amount and we would collect less of a mill if valuations were so high, or was it a debruced mill?
It was a certain dollar
It
amount.
was to a certain dollar amount with whatever
cost
mill.
and with growth and inflation.
Yeah.
And I guess one of the things that I was kind of getting at with that, and I don't even know if this is possible, but if the big problem with getting one of these passed is the outreach and communication of the public of the fact that services are being more expensive and we're providing a lesser amount and we're just trying to maintain the same amount of services, could this type of money not be used towards that sort of campaign versus...
Once you've placed a ballot question on the ballot, and your attorneys may tell you that once you're in a very serious consideration,
Okay.
you cannot expend any public funds
Okay.
of any sort. But polling now is perfectly legitimate and, common practice.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, but once it's on the ballot, that's it. Any formal staff. Michael?
Do you remember how predictive the past Fredericks polls were about the success? Did they predict 71%? They did. So they were
Well,
accurate?
did they predict 71%? They predicted that it was a good time to go, and they gave us some guidelines for the question, and the question passed by 71%. So they were able to say, yeah, you can go for more, yeah, you probably want to go for a shorter time period than 10 years. Those were the kind of answers that they gave us.
So they sort of encompass the complexity of the community's thoughts on it and did it accurately.
Yes.
Yeah, and one second, Jack. I'm trying to think, did we poll before the last road mill levy and the Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund? I think we polled for both of those, but I have a hard time remembering for sure, because I don't think there's a general rule of thumb if it's polling at 60% or 62 before you've had any opposition, before anything comes up, you have a pretty good likelihood of passing. If you're closer to 50% before it's even being debated in the public, you're always going to lose a few percentage points or more as it further goes down the line, let alone if the economy drops out like it did in 08. So, Jack, you had a comment?
Yeah, I think, Rob's idea is appealing in one sense because it kind of hedges your bet, both ways. Well, existing or future, and let the public vote. But I'm hoping that the poll would lend credence to the idea of going this year, and we go for what we think is the right thing. Through dialogue, networking with the community, this discussion at this level, et cetera, and our partners. This is a campaign that once we begin, which we are, you've already, I should say, to be clear, this doesn't stop until we're successful in November. There's just no question. And I think we have to understand that, certainly as we've heard, the dynamic, the economics certainly are different, but the needs are so much greater than even what they were in 2002 when we got this done. I have confidence that the voting public in Pickens County will do the right thing, but it's going to take a lot of work in this survey. This is really critical, this poll.
Yeah.
So let's rock and roll.
Yeah, I fully support going forward with the poll. As Michael had already said, I think we really need to see those poll questions, and in a timely manner, because one of the ones, that's why I'm thinking we poll for Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund, because we all saw it, and the guy was like, well, we have to give us all the feedback within 2 days, because we have to start within 2 days to hit the window when we want to poll. And there wasn't enough time to really digest a little bit of how the questions were worded and things like that, because there's always a little bit of local tailoring that helps us understand. So as long as we see them in a timely manner, you know, and we will have larger discussions on the philosophical. I lean towards a single question, too, that we've reached a consensus on, and we can all support and say we all agree that this is what it is. This is what it is. Whereas, you know, even particularly all the citizen volunteers who you're hoping to work on a campaign, how do they put their message out? Oh, we could do this, or we could go with that, or we could go with this. You know, and it can be very confusing to the public. Well, what do you really need? You know, what will really assure that these programs that I believe in or my neighbor uses or something are be continued? And that's where it gets a little confusing. But we will have those dialogues. I think it's particularly important, oddly enough, when I first got on the board and it was explained that this fund was enacted for just a very short period of time so it could gauge future need. Yeah. And then now today's issue of County News says that there's a federal bill to repeal Medicaid maintenance of effort requirements from states, which, you know, is very convoluted, but it eventually could mean that a lot of Medicaid patients get dropped off that program. You end up with a lot more uninsured in your county and people needing the very services that we fund. That could be big. We also,
same for food assistance.
Same for food assistance. We just heard it today with the Board of Health, the Title X, women's reproductive care, contraceptive training, disease screening. Those funds are dropping off. And the big question of whether community development block grants will be radically cut back this year or in the 2012 budget. So as much as if the time is right, I kind of want to go this year, and with any luck at all, we'll have some better understanding of future budgets, but we could find the support that goes into these programs from the state and federal level just, you know, 50, 75% cut back going forward. And so it's going to be important that we only have to go once. We don't go 1 year and then have to go 2 years later to tell people that who actually fulfill the promises made. So we need to watch as close as we can those items and see where they're going. So I think you see board support for asking the questions. I will ask one last question Jack usually asks, is 300 people enough?
That's exactly what's going to be my question.
To really be
because it's only
valid.
4% of the active voters who voted last time.
Last time, Mick convinced the pollster to poll 381 people. And they can do that again. That would cost $11,500. But they still continue to recommend that 300 will give you statistically valid with a 5% deviation, whatever that 5% thing is that I wrote in here. I never did statistics very well. But right, so that they will be 95% accurate in what they're telling us is what they're saying with 300 people.
And that all depends on getting that good random sample. That's what creates that accuracy, you know, with the statistical model of 300 for the voting population. So, yeah, it's really the sampling model that's more important for us to look at than you know, whether we do 300 or 350. 300 is actually a pretty good number for this population.
Yeah, I get nervous about that because I just think, you know, if you have 150 in the metropolitan Aspen area, that really could only give you maybe 40 in Snowmass, and 50 in the Basalt region, and then what about the outlying county? You know, will we really get a temperature of those areas if there's only 25 people in the outlying county or something? You know. And that's where this, when I said stratified, that's what we probably need to explore with the pollster. That stratification can be geographically and in terms of demographics, and so that you're getting a cross section that's representative of the voting population. So that's something we can
try and have the pollster explain.
Yeah, I would, I mean, the pollster has the background and experience to determine how we actually cherry pick those names. You know, there's a process that's totally independent, et cetera. So we ought to be aware of what assumptions they're going to use instead of, and total respect for Mick, he knows what he's doing. But I'd like to, at this point, moving forward, do an independent. You know, let them give us the advice about how to move forward, and we'll go from there.
If it's likely to be more accurate, I would support a larger number. And I think that's the one question put to him, because 5%, if we come back and it's a 57% and you know, 5% margin of error, you kind of start going, are you really close enough? And if he can up the number for a couple $1,000s and say, I'll get it down to 3% margin of error, you know, I would listen to that. I'm not willy-nilly throwing money around, but to what extent does the sample size affect his margin of error? Rob?
I think the biggest thing statistically that plays into this is whether or not the active voter is going to vote. With 3,700 people voting in 2009 out of 10,000 active voters, you know, that skews your sampling tremendously of whether or not they show up to the polls or not. You know, the other comment that I wanted to make too is, can we not kill a couple birds with one stone and maybe throw in a question or two on something unrelated that we want to get information about? Or is that mixing apples and oranges in terms of budgetary stuff?
I don't know, that may be something for us to consider.
I mean, I don't want to make the survey longer than 12 minutes. Absolutely, that's a concern. But if we're going to spend $10,000 or $9,500 on a survey,
right,
there may be something that we're really itching to know or get a feeling about, and it may just be one question. And I find sometimes where there is a random question not related to all one topic,
becomes a little more interesting.
You get a more interesting, you know, responses. So, anyway, food for thought when we come up with the determination of what the exact questions are.
Yeah, Jack?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think we went in 02 and 05 or 6, Nan?
6.
Okay, 6. And those votes were 6,000+ individuals. We conveniently have some information. Rob is certainly correct in pointing out this would be an off year.
Yeah, it would be the first time, and we tend to have more no voters on off years.
In those elections, the highest number is 3,700. I believe we can take that into account, because oftentimes, at least the political rap is off-year elections, less people vote, more conservative people vote. So I would support maybe a little bigger sample. You know, let's just get some feedback.
I was actually running for my first term in 06 when this was up. And so you had myself and other commissioner candidates out there at debates speaking in favor of the question. And you're not going to have that this year. And you probably won't necessarily even have any debate forums. So you could have a lot less information. So you had a lot of people turning out at the polls for various candidates and for various activities. And so then they fill it in. But if there's no question, no one's running, there's no interest, you get a lot lower turnout.
And if you have a mail-in ballot, which I read in the paper today, it might just change the dynamics of what has happened in the past.
Yes, I thought about that too.
And is that something to ask the pollster as to mail-in? Do they have any experience with mail-in versus?
That's their experience with it. That's worth knowing.
That's a good point.
Well, that's good. That's good. So what I'm hearing is that you guys would maybe be comfortable with a little bigger sample, and that would be about 11.5. So it's about 22 threads, whatever that addition is.
My feeling is you ask the pollster what's the best sample size, and you go with what he says, rather than arbitrarily say, well, let's do more than. Because I want it to be useful for the. I want it to be useful for the pollster and what he. I mean, we're relying on his expertise, so why override that expertise with more than's necessary than he sees necessary. That's
Yeah, I only asked that if he felt there would be greater accuracy to his results to a larger sample size.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Then the 5%, let us know. But if we have to double the amount to get 1% more accurate, no, we're not going to do that.
I agree with you, Michael, 100%, and I think we should go with the recommendation as long as the expertise is given to us with the information of some dynamics of this county. The fact that Redstone is dramatically different than Aspen, and that's going to play into potentially the pool that they get in terms of the 300 and who that is. So as long as they have the information about what type of county we are, it's a little different as a Denver metro district that's all kind of the same versus Pickens County where there's a lot of dynamics in this county.
That's really right, and it's become more and more sharp relief in my mind because of the property tax valuations going up so high, and then now they've come down some, but I'm not even sure everyone's gotten their tax bill yet. Particularly, those folks in affordable housing may not feel it's as much of a pressure, whereas those who've become house rich and cash poor may feel it's more of a pressure. And so if we end up with a larger sample of affordables, so you're right, that he understands the dynamic of the community, that's a mail-in ballot and it's an off-election year this year. So these are different dynamics than we normally have seen.
Their sample size should be based on site-specific versus off of some spreadsheet that they use nationally.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
That's part of why I mixed it in, so it's not a little local knowledge. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks so very much for all your work on this and the early meetings you've had. We appreciate that. Okay, that was all of our MOIs. We now go to future calendars.
Okay. Sorry, let me just scroll down here. So on future agendas, there is I believe it's a change in date for the quarterly meeting with the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board.
Okay.
They are now looking at a June 7th meeting. See if it's on here. So
it is on June 7th.
Rivers and Streams at 3:30. So I wanted to point that out to you. And then also ask if there's any particular issues or such that we should be preparing for or that you'd like to have up for discussion with the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board.
So it is on the 7th, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tuesday the 7th?
Tuesday the 7th at 3:30 during our work session
I don't think of anything right now, but we can talk about that tomorrow as well.
Okay.
Open discussion, so everyone can kind of percolate that a little bit, unless something comes right to mind now.
Okay.
May I, on that topic?
Yeah.
I would appreciate, and I will not be here because I'll be at CCI, the board have some kind of a discussion at whatever level is desirable about attendance. For the first year, actually a year and a couple months, that board had something like 13 or 14 missed meetings. And I have the record right here. So just get some feedback about better attendance, because in my mind, for a board that started out and only has a year plus of track record, it really has been a lot of missed meetings. And you can get an update from Lisa upstairs in preparation of that meeting.
Jack, I'm wondering if that might be something, rather than to call board members out in a public setting, if we have specific concerns, if we should maybe address that to the liaison through.
Well, you could, but my point wasn't going to say, okay, let's have a discussion about this person missed 6 meetings, as one individual did.
Mm-hmm.
But in fact, just an encouragement of better attendance. And we could wait till I'm present, another time, whatever. But I am concerned about the the attendance record of that board.
Okay. Michael?
Well, it's a dynamic because you've asked people from Glenwood to Picken County to be on that board. So the travel schedule is completely different from any of our other boards, number one. Number two is that their meetings were at 4 p.m. typically, and there's some people who are still working at that point. So they've had difficulty attending the meetings. My experience at those meetings is that the board is totally engaged. They keep up on the subject matter, and it's in good hands.
Thank you for that comment. Yeah, I haven't looked at those, and I'm not sure where or how to take it. It may be a little bit like the other day you had brought up in the minutes, Jack, that I was really there, and Lindy said, well, we just mark attendance at the beginning of the meeting, not people who come in the middle or after the first little bit. And so, I haven't verified those again to see if work was a issue for people and coming a little late or not, or this was missing the entire meeting. I haven't tried to verify that. And I think it is best perhaps handled a little bit through John Ely and the staff liaisons to hammer that point home or to bring it home. But it's a good and legitimate issue to raise. And I think we
I'm comfortable however the board wants to handle it. I appreciate it.
Okay. John, however else did you have on?
Just one other item. In our last work session, we talked about having a follow-up discussion on citizen board, the reappointment process. We've had some difficulty scheduling that when everybody is here. I don't know, Jack, if you were planning on being back on the afternoon of June 8th, but we're kind of wondering, I was thinking about coming back, and I'm wondering if we might be able to schedule that, what would normally be a work session discussion in our regular hearing, our Wednesday meeting on June 8th, to come back and talk about the reappointment process so that we can keep those decisions moving forward, because I think we're out a couple more weeks towards the end of June otherwise.
Yeah, I'm more than inclined. I'm planning on being back for our regular meeting at 12. I'll be able to go to one item that morning and then...
That's a great idea, John, if we add that discussion to our regular meeting on Wednesday, June 8th.
Okay, we'll do that then. The only other thing is in your read box, there is a memo about successful strategies enhancing economic opportunity for low-income Colorado families. Nan, I think, are you going to that? So Nan will be attending. It is June 6th from 9 to 5 p.m. It's up in Vail at the Mountain Resort. And it looks to me that this is a follow-up to kind of discuss maybe opportunities associated with the governor's bottom-up approach. Is that right?
It's a Colorado Works Professional Development Conference. It's 3 days.
Okay.
The first day they're trying to bring partners in from different segments of the community to talk about job creation, job generation, and how that relates to Colorado Works and helping people get to work.
What weird timing that they have it right when CCI is meeting over there.
They planned this joint meeting on the 6th so that all the directors might be in that place already.
Okay. Well, let's give that to Jack. And Jack, if you look at the agenda and if there's other meetings you don't want to attend or think that that would be the most valuable one, you can attend. And otherwise, we'll have Nan there. Perfect.
And John will also be there.
CCI.
Each of us with separate areas, but as a team.
Very good.
And Liz will be there as well.
Well, the one thing, John, you and I talked about a little bit this morning, we have the retreat now rescheduled for Monday, June 20th. And, I was just suggesting it's so hard for us to carve out time and to make sure it's good time. We may want to all save like 11 to 5 instead of just 1 to 5. And then we could have a late lunch break at 1 and get a chance to stretch and give you a little more time as needed for this retreat. So,
and I would appreciate that, actually. We can definitely, I think 4 hours is going to be pushing that discussion, I think, if we went from 11 to 5.
Yeah, I just want it to be a thoughtful discussion. So that would be the other change. essentially recommended here. And then I know I got your email, Jack, about the Rural Philanthropy Days, and I don't have the rest of the full schedule here. The Colorado River Basin Tour ends the 15th in Frisco. And if the 3 p.m. is just the beginning of the check-in, I can, I don't know if the meeting starts that day, the formal dinner is the next night on Thursday night, but I can attend it all day Thursday, the 16th. I'll already be in that side of the world. So I will plan on at least part of it. I know it's a couple-day event. I can't do it on the 17th because that's when the Colorado Headwaters Forum is scheduled, and that's a quarterly meeting, and I had to miss the last one for conflicts. But we'll have some attendance there, and I'll be there. So just want to let you guys know that.
Yeah, and I just be aware that there is a need to register.
Yeah.
So, and
I have that home, and I'm just catching up on that.
And Missy has the calendar.
I'll bring it in tomorrow and go over it with Charlotte.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happens at 3. Is that only the meeting is there?
Yeah.
Also a dinner that night, I don't
Yeah,
remember
we
that.
only have those 2 different things.
On
So-
Wednesday is the sort of event for governments and elected officials. So Missy and I will be there the whole time, but I think that we were hoping that someone could come to that one event where we're really going to be talking about shared resources, collaborative problem solving.
So let me see if I can find out what time they think the water tour is going to end.
Okay.
And we'll see.
And if it doesn't work, then I'll go Wednesday.
Okay.
So we'll have a couple of days covered.
Okay, yeah, because the next night is the county commissioner dinner, so that's weird. I mean, at least on this agenda, it shows the dinner being Thursday the 16th.
I am wrong.
No, it'll be
Yeah.
Wednesday.
See, I think the Wednesday might be the check.
Sorry.
So we'll just find
I'll
out.
find out.
We'll continue to refine that and do what we can to get someone there. Okay, did anyone else have any time when they're going to be gone or anything like that they need to let us know? I did have a question, John. Tuesday, July 5th, you're going to be gone on family vacation, well-deserved. And we have the road prioritization plan.
We're probably going to, that's
That
one
one?
that, we're probably going to move that one. I'm meeting with Brian, and he had called Susan to get a placeholder on that, so.
Yeah, I think we should go a little light when you're not here.
Yeah.
Okay.
About on that subject, John, what I'm concerned about is even waiting till July 5th, is there time to make a decision, go out to bid and get anything constructed this year?
We discussed that while you were gone.
Yeah.
Well, if I may, is that okay?
Yeah, please.
Just
You
real
can
quick,
explain
Jack.
better.
So what we did was we had the chip seal and culvert projects on Upper River Road, and what we've done is we've bid options to go ahead and replace some of the really bad culverts that we're also seeing. I went out and looked at the culverts
East
on
Silbrus,
and where we're getting undermined. And so we basically did kind of a Chinese menu bid. So we'll be able to come back to you guys and say, we think and hopefully what I'm hoping is it's a favorable bid environment and we can do more within our existing budget. It's possible we may have to come back and ask for a little bit more to fit in that scope of work. We'll see how the bids come back.
So what I'm hearing is that you did give some approval to move forward on some of these really
Well, what we did,
critical.
we went ahead and just asked the question, how much is going to cost, and then we'll come back and ask you for permission to move forward on them and give you the costs and that sort of thing.
But still be able to do some work this
Absolutely.
construction.
Yeah,
So
but just primarily focused around the culvert issues and the safety of those roads, and then the part of River Road that was already in the budget for 2011, but we're not going to be in a timely fashion to do extra projects that would have come from an allotment of us from the general
From our
fund
capital.
reserves. But this prioritization plan will be looking to those for 2012.
Good, great.
And so, did anyone else have anything on future agendas or time when they think they'll
Real
be
quick,
gone?
June 14th, 10 to 12 is the open space meeting. It has some dynamic change where we come in at 11, do a meeting, have lunch, etc. It seems like this is the first time since we've been jointly meeting.
Which one was
June
that?
14th?
That's because they wanted to have the opportunity to update the docket of potential acquisitions and things like that.
The executive session that you guys had requested, so it's not the full quarterly meeting.
Oh, so this isn't the normal quarterly meeting, or is it?
No, I think this is, let me double check with Dale and see if there's anything else, but I believe this is just updating us on the docket of.
Okay.
Yeah, and we had seen that while you were gone as well, but we, I know both George and I are not there at that time.
Right.
Okay, well, that is my questions. Thank you.
Okay, then we'd go into open discussion. John, do you have anything for us?
Yeah, and I've got a number of items, and I'll save most of them for tomorrow. I think the timely one has to do with NAN and the resolution tomorrow to finalize the appointments to the Rural Resort Region Workforce Board of Directors. We've appointed Rob. And historically, and this information just came to light to me this week, I guess historically the board has appointed Nan.
Within the last 3 years.
Within the last 3 years. That wasn't reflected on the Workforce Board of Directors list. We weren't really aware of it. We have more than one appointment we can make. And so what we wanted to suggest was appointing Nan in addition to Rob to the Rural Workforce Board of Directors tomorrow. Nan's been tracking budget issues, and it also gives some dual coverage. We can amend the resolution, give you an amended resolution tomorrow to that effect.
If that's okay with you. I always like having a little staff in the room, I know.
Delighted. Actually, there's a bunch of open slots that they want Pickens County participants.
Okay.
And so they want as much participation as possible. So delighted to.
Very good.
They may ask us to bring back or do a resolution, another resolution like we did for Rob initially, and this is a confirmatory. So.
Sure. Okay. Very good. Thanks for doing that, Nan. We appreciate it.
Sure.
I can save my other open discussion. We've got a pretty open agenda tomorrow, and I've got a number of open discussion items that I can deal with tomorrow.
Okay.
So we'll do all that tomorrow, as well as continue, or have a finish with John Ely in exec session.
Okay.
Or I can do them now. It's at your pleasure, but
I'd rather wait till tomorrow.
Tomorrow's fine with me. We're getting a little late. The one thing I would ask John is, when we begin the meeting tomorrow, if you want to go over a little just brief of mud and flood, the contact number for people, things like that, or have Pat down here or whatever, but during your manager's comments, the more we can get this information out about self-preparedness and who to contact, everything like that, I'd appreciate that. Okay, is there anything else? Then we are adjourned. Thank you very much, Grassroots. I appreciate it.